Ready? All right, we are back from our closed session. City Attorney, is there any reportable action from this closed session?
No reportable action.
With that, we will close the Selma City Council special meeting, adjourn this meeting at 5:44, and we will reconvene our Selma City Council regular meeting at 6 p.m. in 15 minutes. We'll see you then. There's one more chair in the front, right there. If anyone wants a seat. I'm showing 6 o'clock. Okay, with that, we are going to start our Selma City Council regular meeting. It's February 20th, 2024. It's 6 p.m. in the Selma City Council chambers, 1710 Tucker Street, Selma, California, 93662. The teleconference phone number is 301-715-8592. The webinar ID is 891-6864-5005. When on the phone, if you wish to address council during the public comment portion of the agenda, press *9 to raise your hand, and we will select you from the meeting queue. Press *6 to unmute and mute yourself. Tonight's invocation will be led by Pastor Lisa Slatterberg, who's filling in for Pastor Kaloa Keliopano. Pastor Satterberg, would you like to step forward? Thank you for coming tonight.
Amen. Let's pray. Father, we give you glory and praise and honor. We thank you, Lord, for gathering each and everyone here in the city of Selma. We thank you for who you are and all that you do. We welcome your very presence in this meeting, crying out for your wisdom, your knowledge, and understanding over this city. We thank you for the blood of Jesus over every aspect of this meeting. We ask that you would move and give wisdom and unity and peace. We thank you for the beautification of this city, the expansion of this city, the victory for this city, Lord, as everyone comes with the concerns and petitions and presenting their hearts of citizens in the city. We thank you for the leadership in the city. We thank you that you continue to guide and that your name will always be glorified in this city, Lord. We love you, we bless you, we honor you. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Guerra,
Here.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro.
Here.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho,
Here.
Mayor Robertson.
I'm here. Potential conflicts of interest. Any council member who has a potential conflict of interest may now identify the item and recuse themselves from discussing and voting on the matter. Agenda changes or deletions to better accommodate members of the public or inconvenience in the order of presentation. Items on the agenda may not be presented or acted upon in the order listed. Additions to the agenda may be added only pursuant to California Government Code Section 54954.2B. Oral communications, notice to the public. At this time, any member of the public may address the city council regarding any item over which the council has jurisdiction. No action or discussion will be taken on any item not on the agenda. Issues raised will be referred to the city manager for review. Members of the public shall limit their remarks to 3 minutes. If anybody would like to step forward, and this would be on items that wouldn't be covered under agenda item 1 on the rent stabilization. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Can.
My name is Hector Gomez and I live at 1037 Oak Court, Fowler, California. And I'm back with the same issue that I've been dealing with for 2 years. Has to do with garbage. Again, I had spoken and I got emails here. I spoke to someone by the name of Sheila McCory. And when I found this discrepancy on my bill, I told her, you guys are charging me $500 over. She said she would take care of it. That cycle went through. Now we're in 2024. And that cycle is here again. And I'm still paying $500 and I should be. I need some direction from you folks. My brother was here 2 weeks ago. He asked to be put on the agenda. That's what you get right here, crickets. You don't hear nothing. Nobody's called us. Nobody has done anything. At this point, you guys give me some answers. What do I need to do to fix this issue?
Have you met with the city manager, Mr. Gomez?
Nope. When we do come in, he's busy. He's at a meeting. I can't talk to him.
City manager, would it be a good place to start going through your office?
Sir, if you'd like to leave your contact information with the city clerk, I will reach out
I'd
personally
love
to
to do
schedule.
it. The other thing too, I've talked to Waste Management. It's a simple fix. Sheila was trying to tell me that you're a commercial rate. The individual at Waste Management said, no, you're not. We bill waste, commercial accounts. The city builds residential accounts. So you should be charged whatever the price is, $36 at one time. Now it's gone up to $37.93 a month, whatever it is, times 2, you have a duplex. That's what it should be. It should be $14.80. It should be like $900 some dollars, $910, $920, $930. I don't know, but I'd love to do it. We need to get this fixed. It's just, this is the second cycle. They keep telling they're gonna do it and it never gets done.
Thank you, Mr. Gomez.
Afternoon. My name is Louis Gomez, and I was here meeting of last Monday or the first meeting we had this month. And I talked about the same thing that he's talking about being overcharged for garbage. But just to end on the note that he just brought up, when we talked to Jacob, he said, would you opt to get charged by the company instead of us? And we said, yes. Lo and behold, I didn't see the charge on the taxes. I go, yes, they listened. 2, 3 weeks later, we get a corrected bill with a garbage fee on the tax, way overpriced. Now, I like to give all of you up there, I made this very simple so that you guys can see what I'm talking about. May I give this to you?
Give it to the city clerk, Mr. Gomez.
Well, I want them to have it so that when I go over it, they can see what I'm talking about. I made it very, very simple.
We can't have an agenda item on it, Mr. Gomez, but
Okay.
we can certainly look at it, take your
Okay,
form under
let me
advisement.
just go over one simple thing. I'm using my house, my home as the master, okay? So for example, 2021, I got charged $396.48 for my property. It's a residential. The duplex that we have, 2 units, they're residential, not commercial. Very simple, 396.48 times 2, you get 792.96. What did we get taxed on our bill? $918. That's already off almost 100 and some odd dollars. Next thing, 2122, 407.52. Simple, multiplied by 2 because a duplex is 2 units. $815.04. What did they charge us? $1,422.48. Okay, that's already off about about $500. 2223, $422.28 for my property. Simple, double it. What do you get? $844.56. What does the duplex charge me? $1422. On that bill, that's the one that we talked about with Jacob, and he gave us a partial bill of, brother's got that. I think he gave us something like $372 instead of the full amount. Why? Because they were gonna add some chemical to the green waste because they were putting food in there. Baloney, I never got charged extra on my home. And the last one, 2324, simple, 439.46 times 2 gives you 878.42.
Thanks,
Well,
Mr. Gomez. That's
well-
all we have time for. But if you could leave your documents with the city
Okay.
clerk,
But
if the
anyway,
city clerk
again,
could
the
distribute
last one,
those before the end of the meeting.
$500 charged,
Thank you, sir.
almost $1,500.
Thank you. Do we have any other input for oral communications at this time? Come on up. We'll get to it, The city clerk will take your contact information, Mr. Gomez. Thank you.
My name is Santiago Oseguera. You probably know that by now. 2209 Thompson. I just want to say that we're still waiting for that assessment that was promised like 3 months ago or whenever it was said that it was going to be done. Last time we were here, the city manager said that it was almost done. So not really sure. Last week there was a vote to put the homeless issue on the agenda. And maybe I missed it, but I didn't see anything. Did anybody else see anything about the homeless? Also, I noticed that the shelter now is taking in dogs from Kingsburg. Did we renew the contract with Kingsburg? I thought the contract had ended with Kingsburg. We didn't want to take their dogs anymore. The reason we found out is because they posted on Facebook that they're taking in dogs from Kingsburg, so we're not sure. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Oseguera. Do we have any other oral communications at this time? Do we have anyone online or on the phone who would like to say something?
As a reminder to the callers that I see online, please use your raise your hand feature and we will add you to the meeting queue. Mayor Robertson, at this time, I see no hands raised.
Thank you, City Clerk. With that, we'll move on to our first and only special presentation tonight, which is the introduction of new staff for the Public Works Department.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. Our Public Works Director, Michael Hahn, will be introducing our new staff in the Public Works Department.
Thank you very much. So I know I have one of my new employees here. My second employee was questionable, but I'd like to introduce Ivan Molina. Ivan is our new custodian. Ivan's been with us for a couple of weeks now, and so we're happy to have him, and I'm sure that everybody's happy to have him as well. My second employee was Eric Alvarez, and Eric came from us, to us from CID. He is a maintenance one. He's been going on callbacks because of the storm events we've been having. So having him here tonight, again, it was questionable, but Eric's been with us for about 4 weeks now, and we're happy to have him as well.
Great. Welcome. Thanks for coming out tonight. Okay, with that, we'll move on from our special presentation to our consent calendar. All items listed under the consent calendar category are considered routine. And the complete consent calendar will be enacted by one motion by roll call vote. For purposes of discussion, any council member may have an item removed from the consent calendar and made part of the regular agenda. The council can then approve the remainder of the consent calendar. Do any council members have any items they would like removed from the consent calendar tonight?
Mayor, I'd like to remove item D, the check register.
Any other items to be removed? Is there a motion to approve items A through C?
I'll make a motion.
Is there a second? Call the roll, please.
Councilmember Guerra,
Yes.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro.
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho,
Yes.
Mayor Robertson.
Yes.
Okay, on page 20, check number 83562. James UHL, Breaking the Chains, Admin Strengths plus Organizational DEV, 2 of 4 in the amount of 8,990. What was that for?
Yes, so James Yule is our the leadership trainer and consultant that helps our staff with professional development. And we're also conducting a leadership academy for staff internally to provide further professional development opportunities.
Okay, but it says 2 out of 4. Where was the 1? I haven't seen 1 of 4.
That's in a separate check register.
This is coming out of the general fund?
Yes, that's correct.
I'll ask about check number 83546, Price Page and Company, it's page 20. Financial Professional Services, December 2023, $17,925.
Yeah, so that is Price Page and Company is our consultant who's doing our pre-audit work. As you recall, council, we were getting caught up on our audits, which were behind 2 fiscal years. And so they were doing the pre-audit work so that our auditor, Jolly and Associates, would be able to complete the audit in a timely fashion.
Thank you. Item 83552, Social Vocational Services, Inc., DBA Employ America, Public Works Park Restroom Maintenance for $1,199.70.
So that right there is for, we contract out for additional staff. It's actually social vocational services. It's one to where they are disabled in some form. And so we have two helping, two actually working 3 days a week for park maintenance.
So the Public Works does have custodial duties over the city of Selma, is that correct?
So we just hired the custodian, which was less than a month ago. And this is additional services that has been for several months now because we are not fully staffed within the Public Works Department.
Awesome. And we welcomed our new employee tonight. Was he a custodian as well, or in addition to the custodian hired a month ago, or is that the custodian you're referencing?
Custodian that we're referencing.
Thank you for that. And then, one more question, previous page, page 19, 83481, check number, Benny Baca Cool Air Specialty, Public Works, mini split for PD and services for animal shelter, 7,840. I'm just wondering what the mini split means.
Mr. Mayor, the mini split is in our police department report writing room. It's a very small confined space, so it gets really hot when you have a couple guys in there typing in the middle of the summer. So it's just to kind of cool them off a little bit. And
It's a room AC, right?
yeah, it's a small air
small
conditioning
AC.
unit. I apologize.
It's an AC unit for a small room, basically.
And it's for the animal shelter too?
No, I believe that we had to repair the HVAC unit at the animal shelter as well. So I would imagine those invoices got combined because it was to the same vendor. So there's actually two separate work orders on that one.
Got it, it's for both of them?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else have any?
I have a question in regards to one that you brought up. The social vocational services, are you planning to, in the future, use their services more? Are you wanting?
If there are opportunities to continue to use them, we would, because they definitely helped us while we were looking for a custodian.
I definitely welcome the fact that you guys moved the envelope and looked at helping the disabled people. And I actually welcome you guys to keep doing that and looking to service that more. Really appreciate that for doing it. Thank you.
Okay. Is there a motion to approve? Actually, I'll make the motion to approve the check register. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Call the roll, please.
Mayor Robertson,
Yes.
Councilmember Guerra,
Yes.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro,
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho.
Yes.
Okay, our first item of regular business is the discussion and consideration of potential mobile home rent stabilization ordinance.
Good evening, council. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Sorry I couldn't be there tonight, a little under the weather. As the mayor stated on December 14th, multiple members of the community came forward to request that the city consider some sort of rent stabilization ordinance for mobile home parks. Following that direction given by council, staff went and conducted a series of, in-depth research into, what has been done throughout the region, throughout the state, some of the, legal parameters of mobile home housing, how it's regulated, how it's sort of administered at the mobile home parks, as well as we conducted some interviews, not only with residents, but with some mobile home operators within the area. What we found, was rent stabilization, which is different than rent control. I just want to make sure we're clear on that. Is to prevent excessive rent increases over time. The perceived lack of disclosure from some of the residents is what created some of this issue with how their rent was increased, whether it was utilities, was it specifically for the space that they're renting, or other amenities at the park. That's somewhat unclear is what we heard from some of the residents within the city. We also, like I said, reached out to some of the owners, and some didn't implement increases. Some have stated either in written communication to the council that they did it in regard to inflation. And I think that's part of the issue I'm going to circle back to. But some of the parks rent both the space and a mobile home. But most of the time, the mobile home is owned by the resident and the spaces rented by the mobile home park, as well as the cost of utilities such as trash, electricity, water, sewer. Property taxes are sometimes rolled into property taxes for the mobile home park are sometimes distributed on a fair share basis to the residents to help the property owner pay for that cost. But like I said, the operations vary from park to park, and the timing of rental increases also vary. As I stated, that CPI increase, I think, is the crux of some of this discussion. And depending on where you look, CPI can vary depending on the source, right? You could have it national CPI, you could have the Western region CPI, you could have even a Pacific subset of the Western part of the United States CPI. So depending on the source you look at, using a more regionalized, specialized source for CPI may benefit. And part of the rent stabilization ordinance, if that's the direction the council decides to go, would provide clear direction as to how those rent increases would be administered, rather than people having differing sources of where their CPI is coming from. Apart from that, typical rent stabilization usually includes, like we said, a description of what rent entails, which is usually what is termed base rent, which may just be the space. In the cases of people that rent the space in the home, it would include both, as well as other items, like I said, utilities, property taxes, and what have you. It varies. Staff provided a pretty extensive list of how it's administered throughout the state to communities that we felt had demographics or were directly within the region that could be comparable. But if the council wishes to proceed with this, with the crafting or drafting of a rent stabilization ordinance, staff would be looking for direction on basically 4 items, which would be how rent is defined, whether that's base rent, what base rent entails, and what would be excluded from the calculation increase, such as utilities, taxes, special assessments, other government regulatory fees, perhaps even insurance. I was talking to one of the mobile home operators, and they said that insurance premiums have significantly increased for their operations due to an increase in claims, as well as maybe some insurance providers leaving the region and it being a little bit less competitive in the market. So that rent stabilization methodology would be the first thing that we would want some direction on, as well as if there were a protest to a rent increase, what those petition requirements would be and who could provide those, whether it's the residents and what that percentage or threshold is of how that petition could be submitted, who the reviewing body of said petition would be, whether that would be like a hearing officer, like he's going to shake his head, the city manager, perhaps the deputy city manager, or some other department head, or the city council. And then what that process would be in terms of the information presented and how it's presented to that hearing body, and then what the review standards of that petition would be. So with that, staff's available for questions. I know the city planner is also available for any of details regarding the research as well that they conducted in community development. Thank you.
Thanks, Deputy City Manager. Just a clarification, council needs to consider what constitutes rent and the protest. What are the other 2 items?
Who the petition requirements, who that reviewing body of the petition would be,
okay,
and the hearing process, whether the hearing should allow the 2 parties the opportunity to present their differences, or if it's just a presentation of information by that body with no, comment, no open forum, what have you. Really, we're just looking for direction. We can provide varying options when the ordinance comes, but we want, pretty specific direction on what the council is willing to provide within such an ordinance.
Thank you, Deputy City Manager. Hope you feel better. Thanks for your presentation. That will bring the matter back to council. Do we have anything to say before we open the matter up to the public tonight? I'm sure would like to offer their input. With that, we will open the matter up to the public.
Mayor,
Please.
Mayor, if I may, for the record, I wanted to advise council that both council and city staff received 2 letters in opposition, one from Western Manufacturing Housing Communities, Jared Gonzalez, and one from Joe McHenry.
Great, and those will be read into the record. Those will become part of the record.
Yes, City Clerk, could you read the statements so that they are in the public record? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Set the timer in case we go, okay. So the email from Mr. Joe McHenry reads, Dear Mayor and City Council, my name is Joe McHenry. I am the owner of McCall Village Mobile Home Park. I am unable to attend the meeting as I am out of town. I am writing to convey my opposition to a rent control ordinance in Selma and to provide some facts and color to the situation at our mobile home park that you may be unaware of. My father built the park back in the 1970s, and it has remained a family-owned business. We take good care of the park and are proud of it. In fact, I encourage you to stop by for a tour. Despite what you have read in the media or what you may have heard from only one side, our rent increases have been more than reasonable. In the last 20 years, our rent increase average is 3.5%. Current rent is at $615 per month. If you compare apples to apples, this is more than reasonable. And we include water, trash, sewer with this rent. This is a huge benefit to park residents. It is true, we did increase rent in 2023 by 6.9%. At that time, inflation was close to 9%, and all of our costs continued to skyrocket. Insurance, wages, trash, and water, which we include. These increases are double digits, and we had no other choice for a larger than normal increase. While seniors received more than 8% increase in Social Security, park owners remained saddled with an increase in costs to operate our park. It is important to note that we have not evicted anyone in decades, and we have no plans to either. If residents have an issue paying rent, all they have to do is call us and demonstrate their issue to pay, and we work with them. When we increased rent in 2023, not one resident came to us to let us know how they could not afford the increase. Instead, some organized and went to the media and the city. Further, the city never reached out to us to discuss this issue or asked to learn about the impacts a rent control ordinance would have on our park. I stand ready to talk to city officials or anyone else who may have questions and learn more about mobile home parks or my park. The fact is, we do not need a rent control ordinance. We need better communication that includes all the stakeholders. I am happy to discuss rents at my park. Sincerely, Joe McHenry, owner of the McCall Village Mobile Home Park.
Next letter. Thank you, City Clerk.
Dear Mayor and City Council members, on behalf of the Western Manufactured Housing Communities Association, also known as the WMA, and its mobile home park members in Selma, I am writing to express our strong opposition to a mobile home park rent ordinance. For decades, the mom and pop mobile home park owners in Selma have kept rent increases reasonable for its residents. As such, there is no issue with mobile home rents in Selma, and the city, according to its staff report, has not provided any evidence to that contrary. Instead, the 3 park owners have demonstrated over decades that rent increases have been more than fair. Frontier has only increased its rent 1 time since 2006, and it was a $50 per month increase. McCall Village's rent increases average over the past 20 years is 3.5%. Its largest was 6.9% in 2023. And that was only because inflation was 9% and insurance, water, and wages all increased by double digits. McCall Village's upcoming 2024 increase will only be 1.7%. Selma Mobile Estates' recent increase is only 2.5%. While the city's intentions are good, rent control will result in a lack of incentive for mobile home park owners to invest in maintenance, upgrades, and improvements. In addition, without the ability to adjust rental rates according to the market conditions, owners may struggle to cover their operating expenses, leading to a decline in the quality of the parks. Furthermore, rent control will force park owners who only sometimes raise rents to begin raising rents to the maximum allowable under the ordinance. In essence, a rent control ordinance will increase rents for many residents, having the exact opposite effect desired. Rent control is expensive for everyone. The cost of administering an ordinance is hundreds of thousands of dollars for even small cities. Half of any cost that park owners may have to pay to contribute to the ordinance is passed along to the residents, which in of itself becomes another rent increase. Instead of implementing an expensive rent control ordinance, I urge the city council to explore our alternative approaches to address the concerns of mobile home park residents. For instance, the city could establish a framework for a commission to monitor resident landlord issues. This dispute resolution approach provides a fair and balanced mechanism for addressing any issues related to rent increases or other concerns. Additionally, fostering open lines of communication between park owners, residents, and local governments can lead to collaborative solutions that promote the best interest of all stakeholders. I urge the City Council to carefully weigh the potential consequences of implementing rent control for mobile home parks and consider alternative solutions that protect both the interests of the residents and the viability of the mobile home parks in Selma. On behalf of the industry and park owners, I am happy to coordinate mobile home park owners and operators as soon as possible to have meaningful discussions. Thank you. Sincerely, Jared Gonzalez with the Western Manufacturing Housing Community Association.
Okay, thank you, City Clerk, for reading both of those emails. Now we will bring the matter back to the City Council chamber, and anyone who's here tonight now has their opportunity to come forward and be heard on this subject. City Clerk, could you turn the heat up a little bit?
It is
Get a little,
freezing.
get a little nippy.
I thought, I go, my hands are freezing.
I'm awake.
You're minusing me some minutes there.
No, no, no.
I'm ready. Good evening, council members. I'm Betty Alves, and I know most all of you. And I'm back again to plead with you to approve the planning of the city ordinance for rent stabilization control. I'm speaking on behalf of the single senior citizens with fixed incomes that are having a hard time with frequent rent increases. These increases are not justified. The owners talk about security. Well, they had cameras installed. Rent went up, but the cameras didn't work. They just had them there for show. They barely started working last year. My brother-in-law passed away 3 years ago, and if the cameras were working, we would have found him right away and found that he never left the village. We also have a committee that has started a neighborhood watch. We did this on our own to help with thefts. The owners say we are safe here and they have provided security. I don't think so. We have provided the security. They also talk about how clean the village is and that we have a cleaner mobile park than any other park. Well, it's because we keep up our own homes clean, because the management doesn't help us keep our yards clean. This is our investment. We own our own homes. Some women have had to get side jobs, such as cleaning houses, doing yard work, selling Avon, working a few hours in the business world. I'm one of them. Some came to the village with 2 incomes and now are living on only 1 income. Sure, things goes up, gas, food, car payments, cell phones, property tax, insurances, and the It goes on, PG&E, yes, and we managed to continue to stay in the red each month. Instead of Social Security helping us to go forward a little, management helps us to go backward. In the year 2015, they raised it 3.7, 16, 5.9, 17, 3.3, 18, 3.2, 19, 5.5, 20, 3.6, 21, 3.81, 22, 5.5, 23 was no 6%, it was 7%. Took almost all of our Social Security raise. 24, 1.8. In 2019 and 20 and 22, these 3 years are also COVID years that the state said we would not have increases, and he did. And he didn't care. Now, I have a lot still going, so I have Elaine Creed to finish my letter.
Good evening. My name is Elaine Creed. The owners also stated in each of their rent increases, quote, "This rent increase compares favorability with the Social Security increases," end of quote. Southern California Gas is billed separately, as well as our PG&E. All of their notices read that this, quote, "The sewer has increased by 200% per mobile home each year." Is that possible? So every year, the sewer bill goes up 200%. They also mentioned the trash and water has gone up. Also mentioned is the cost of workers' comp has doubled and insurance on the park tripled. So we pay for that too? Shouldn't that be covered by their expenses? In 2018, their notice stated they purchased gas meters for 218 spaces. I didn't get mine replaced until August of 2023, only because I complained for 5 months that I had a gas leak. I have been there for 17 years, and this is the only time they have come to help me. The other 2 parks have rents under $400 per month, and they don't raise the rent excessively every year. Our rent stabilization ordinance will have no impact on the other 2 parks. Selma has a poverty rate of 24%, with a population of around 24,000. We are a senior community living on fixed incomes in a city with a high poverty rate. Our findings show we are a lot higher than the other mobile parks in Selma. We currently have ordinances documented for 91 cities and 10 counties in the state of California that are protected by some form of mobile home park rental stabilization ordinance. Thank you for your help.
Good evening, thank you. My name is Sandy Gilchrist, and I also live at the McCall Village Mobile Home Park. I have lived there 11 years, and my parents lived there probably another 15 years before that. The residents have formed a chapter and are recognized as members of the GSMOL. That's the Golden State Manufactured Home League. Our chapter number is number 1137. Our chapter currently has 111 members, and we are growing more every day. We are becoming one of the largest memberships in the state of California, right here in our Selma. Through the organization, there are currently 96 ordinances for rent stabilization in the state of California, which covers 1,329 parks, which include 144,376 spaces. We ask that you please consider this for Selma. One thing I want to mention is why we felt that we needed to form a chapter of the GSMOL. We needed to organize because we have encountered the large rent increases every year, and even during COVID. The rent increases were not in line with the residency law of the state of California. We thank you for considering this for us. Good evening.
Morning. I'm Yvonne Vbeck. I'm from McCall Village, and I'm here to speak on rent stabilization. The financial demographics of some of our residents show me that some live on $1,100 to $1,500 a month. One half or more going to rent, utilities, and costs of living expenses, always trying to make short ends meet. This would also impact the ones in the $1,500 to $3,000 a month. Rent stabilization is the only answer for them to survive. Our owner landlord says, well, if you can't afford to live here, then move. Easier said than done. Some don't have family to rely on or live with. The senior years look bleak for so many here. Our GOSMOL strives to better our seniors, neighbors' lives and fight for their rights. Not everyone knows their options. We want to empower them. Rents by law cannot be more than 3% plus the percentage change in the cost of living, or 5%, which is lower according to the mobile home residency law. Years 2022 and 2023 are examples of going over the 5% legal cap. Year 2022 rent raise $30, should have been only $27.25. Overage of $275, and 2023 raised $40, should have been $25.88, and overage of $14.12. Rent stabilization will save our residents so many ways. Now we are worried about the park being sold since the owner's death 2 years ago, December. A conglomerate coming in could force rents up to $1,000 or more. So much worry is ahead of us. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Betty Standridge, and I live at McCall Village. I was told by Joe McHenry, one of the owners, while in his office, I quote, "We're going to sell the park as soon as it's out of probate, and the new owners will come in and raise the rent to $1,000. The owners have been raising the rent to increase their return on investment, making the park more desirable to a new buyer, taking advantage of seniors on fixed incomes. Our need for rent stabilization is because the residents are fed up with all the high increases in rent with nothing to show for it. There have been no improvements. Many houses need new gas meters, which are not very expensive. Some of the old ones leak and are still being used. Our monthly space rent is $615, soon to be $625. The other parks in town are $400 to $410 per month, with the same utility, water, and trash costs as us. So why is our rent so high? Many of the seniors are timid and they're afraid. They don't want to rock the boat, nor do they have the income to hire a lawyer for help. Unlike other mobile home parks in Selma, ours are all owner occupied. We have a vested interest in maintaining both our home and our parcel. We have pride in ownership. That's what makes our parks so nice. We do all our own maintenance. We paint our houses, we put new roofs on, we do our yard work, we landscape our places, we trim our trees, we mow our lawns, and we pull weeds. They do nothing for us at our homes. We do it all. We've lost amenities, but our rent has continued to be increased substantially each year, even during COVID, even though we have fewer amenities than in the past. They installed large light poles around the park a couple of years ago, which everyone thought was fantastic. We love the light poles, by the way. But we just found out that we're paying for the electricity to power those lights. They didn't tell anyone. They just hooked it up to our PG&E boxes without mentioning anything to the residents. The rent stabilization ordinance will help protect our residents from greedy owners. Thank you.
Hi, Teresa Salas, 1701 Danube Avenue. First, I'd like to thank the City Council and City staff for hearing our concerns and taking some action for us. There are 218 spaces and over 300 residents at the McCall Village Mobile Home Park. We are all senior citizens, the majority on fixed incomes. These homes belong to us, but we rent the space it sits on. If that rent is allowed to increase uncontrolled, we will be priced right out of the park. We can move our mobile homes, but we would have to have some place to move them to. And the cost to move a mobile home is about $4,000 to $10,000 for a double wide mobile home. We can try to sell our mobile homes, but the buyer would have to prove that they can afford the space rent. And then where would we live? Currently, in Selma, a one-bedroom apartment is renting for over $1,000 a month, if you can find an apartment. Unfortunately, our community has very little housing for seniors at this time. There are currently over 90 cities and counties in California that have some type of mobile home rent stabilization regulations. And on February 15th of this year, Assembly Member Muratsuchi introduced Assembly Bill 2778, Mobile Home Parks Rent Caps. It is the intent of the legislature to enact the Mobile Home Affordability Act to limit rent increases for mobile home spaces. So as you can see, rent stabilization is a statewide concern, and we would be very grateful if the City of Selma could follow suit and enact similar regulations as soon as possible to provide protection for our own senior citizens. Thank you. And this is the information we received from the legislature about assembly.
Anyone else with a comment?
$1057 Mill Street. I need all of council to look at all these people here that are stating, and they've been here time and time again to state they are on fixed income over and over. But I especially need Councilmember John Trujillo, Pro Tem Beverly Cho, and Blanca Navarro Mendoza. Look at them very closely, please. This is why we have a domino effect when you guys increase rates. Us residents will be having another increase starting July of 2024 for trash rates that you guys proudly approved. So yes, and yes, you're nodding your head. I see that. So come 2024 of July, we will have another increase for our trash, which we're all having difficulty and problems with the assessments. So please look at all their faces again and look at what you did to these people with the domino effect, what you did, because it's going to have another effect on them. Thank you.
Just for the record, council, the trash rates that were approved are actually lower than current. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Kathy Merton. I also live at McCall Village. Most of what I have on my list has already been said over and over and over and over and over again to you guys, to each other, to our Gizmo chapter, our officers, our owner / manager, which we get nothing from but biting. The second company besides Joe McHenry who sent the letter, I've never heard of them. I have no idea who they are. They have not spoke to us in our mobile home park. We are responsible for our own homes, which we all have paid for. We rent our spaces. The owner is currently playing manager and setting his own irregular hours. We never know when he's going to be in. We know when our assistant is going to be there on the weekend, but during the week, we have no idea if he's going to be there
or for how long. He has told several of our residents that as soon as the late co-owner's will is through probate, the park will be sold and the rents will probably increase to $1,000 minimum per month. That's a 400% increase. Where in the world have you ever seen that kind of an increase in anything for rent or otherwise? Not even mortgages for your homes go up that much on an annual basis. I'm afraid what this is going to do is going to force some of our residents out of their homes that they currently own, and they're going to be part of our homeless population in Selma. And I don't believe we need to increase that population at all. I urge you to consider this rent stabilization as soon as possible to protect us. Put yourselves in our shoes and consider this proposal with open hearts and open minds. Thank you.
Jim Avalo, 1701. I also live in McCall Village. And you heard these people, council, all these people here. They don't lie. They tell the truth, what they say. Apples to apples, well, we haven't, that's a different story there in itself. That person, we never seen McHenry or anybody like this around. And the issues that are on the table, people here want stabilization because, you know, it shows the fairness. It shows that the credibility of the landowner to say, hey, honesty, be honest with the residents. Don't be lying to them. Don't say 25% sewer went up. Don't do that to them. That's why they're here. They're fighting for what they believe in. And they stood for this country up to that flag. And they worked very hard what we have in this country, the roads, the schools. They put kids through school and everything. It made their lives a lot easier. But now it's difficult times for these people, for all of us, in fact. They need the help. Long ago, they helped people. It's time for you guys up there, step to the plate as leaders and make it happen for civilization, stabilization, because it's fairness for everybody. Not just, you know, it's going to be the fairness for everybody. We need help in these parks. Honestly, we can't see the gouging of these people. How much, I mean, some of these people are struggling big time to put food on their table or pay the medicine or live in their mobile park or pay the PG&E bill. You know, like they said, we clean our own yards, maintenance, the roof, PG&E, we do all that maintenance. You know, they try to claim they do all this other stuff. That's not true. You heard it from these people here. They do the diligent, hard work, what they do. They keep up their yard, they maintain their deal, and with neighborhood watch, they make it safe for everybody. I'm part of the neighborhood watch program. I make it happen as well. I'm part of the group because I live there and I want people to be happy and I want to have a good life because we live on planet Earth and I can't jump off and neither can they. And the best way in God's will, we got to help each other. And that's what it's going to be, guys. You make that decision up there and you make a very good decision to help people. If you don't, consequences, you pay the consequences. Trust me. Thank you.
Candy Nicewander, McCall Village Mobile Home Park resident. As Kathy mentioned, none of us have heard about Western Mobile Home Association. Apparently they're working with the property owners and that's fine. They have a right for that. We have a right to become members of GSMOL, which we have done. In doing so, we have read a lot of ordinances, we've read a lot of laws and everything else pertaining specifically to mobile home parks. One of the things that Western Mobile Home Association said that there would be a high cost to the city. That's not true. The only time the city would have expenses is if the owners of the mobile home parks, whether they're individuals or a corporation, raises the rent over the legal limit. If that happens, then they are required to substantiate and show their invoices, their receipts of what they did to improve the mobile home park to substantiate the higher cost of rent. That's never happened with us because of course the owners don't provide anything, nor have we seen many improvements, if any. There would be a committee that would be set up through the city. In fact, the council, I believe, would be the ones and the administration deciding who would be sitting on that to voice their opinion on whether the higher cost of the rent would go through or not. But the only time that would kick in is if the rent went over the legal limit. If the rent stays in line like the other two mobile home parks in Selma, there would be no justification to have that committee meet at all. If one of the three parks or all of the three parks go over the limit, then yes. But I believe that by having this in place, that will curb some of the gouging on the rents. Thank you, and please consider this.
Sorry, I don't get around so good. I just had back surgery. How many of you up there, mom and dad, are still alive? How many? Raise your hand. Don't be bashful. We do it. Would you want them being treated like us? It's getting to be real old. You got that smirk on your face.
Who?
I hope your parents don't have to go through this. Our landlord is a slumlord. Treats us like garbage. He expects us to do way more than we're physically capable of. And we have to do this. We have to come here and get you to help us. And if you don't, you're not worth voting for.
Instead of walking to the podium, if you want to go to the city clerk for a microphone for any future. A little bit late. Sorry about that.
Council, nice to see you and meet you all. My name is Ross Miller and I live in McCall Village Mobile Home Park. I'm a Vietnam veteran and for the last 18 years, I was taking care of homeless veterans and veterans with substance abuse problems, trying to find housing for them at low cost. I saved my money for years for the day that I would retire. When I was looking for mobile homes, I looked through Fresno, Kingsburg, Dinuba. I'm from Dinuba originally.
Please let the speakers, excuse me. Go ahead, sir.
However, I found McCall Village and fell in love with it right away. It was clean. It was perfect. It's seniors. I invested everything I have to buy a vehicle and a mobile home that I call my forever home. That's where I plan to live until I die. But I don't see it with the rent that's going up the way it is. When I first saw the mobile home listed, the space rent was $545. By the time I went into escrow, it had jumped to $575. When I closed escrow and came out, it was $610. Now it's going up even higher. You know, there's no intent to keep this a senior citizens village with gates to protect. I grew up in Dinuba, a very loving community in the 50s and 60s. These people here are probably the loveliest people in the world, biggest hearts. They are a community within your community, and they deserve respect. They've worked hard all their lives for what little they have. I myself, I have my retirement by Social Security. That's it. That's all I have. Be forced to sell, to go to an apartment. I've worked hard all my life. I'll be 74 this July. I don't think I deserve to be treated this way. I jumped through a lot of hoops to be acknowledged, to be accepted at McCall Village. Come to find out I've been disillusioned for over a year. God bless you. Anyway, my time is just about out. Thank you very much for considering the hearts of all these people, their limited wages, their income, people with medical issues, COPD, you know, those on CPAC units that need that electricity. We even pay to have our gas meters read every month. We pay a service fee for them to, from the office to come around and write down our numbers and then bill us.
Thank you, sir. We're all awake again.
Anyway, Council, thank you so much for your time.
Gosh. That woke us up. That is, I
Yeah,
know.
really.
My name is Ed Cheek. I'm the former manager at McCall Village. I was there for 10 years. The group that they were talking about that read a meeting only represents owners of the mobile home parks. It has nothing to do with the residents. Their only lookout is to make sure that the owners pay their fee. They pay them $500 a year to belong to the Mobile Home Owners Association, because I used to write the check. Mr. McHenry does not own the mobile home park. He owns 12.5% of it. His other three siblings own 12.5%. 50% belonged to Mr. Krauskup when he passed away 2 years ago. It's in litigation. I've heard a lot of stuff today, and most of it is very true. When I was a manager, if you came in to apply to live there, I got a financial statement from you and you were approved within 24 hours. You could do it now with the owner, Mr. McHenry, who's there. It may take you 3 weeks because he wants to know how much money you have and what bank you bank at and everything else. Most of the information he asks for is against the law to obtain. But he said, I'm a banker, I can do that. He's criticized people. He's been rude to them. When the rents were to be raised, Mr. Krauskup would come in and say, what do you think we ought to raise them to? And this is for 10 years I did this. And I said, you know, let's not go up more than $10. And I could justify with anybody in here with the $10. And the sewer system didn't go up 400%, it went up 200%. And that's the Selma, Kingsburg, Fowler thing because of their county. And that's a county tax. There's nothing that anybody can do about it. Mobile homes are personal property. If homeowners will apply for Prop 13 discount, they can save $7,000 in their taxes right off the top. Most people don't know that. He would never tell anybody that. But the whole process with McCall Villages, it was when I was there, it was the best mobile home park around. We haven't had a manager since I left. He says he's the manager, but then he says, oh, but I'm an owner. You can't be the owner and a manager, you don't work. He doesn't live there, he lives in Clovis. We have a great assistant manager who works weekends and tries to keep everything else up, but one person cannot do it all if you don't live there. Thank you for your time.
I forgot to mention that he also wanted a copy of my,
One time, sir.
huh?
You already spoke.
Oh, well,
Thank you, though. Anybody?
My name's Michael Kazarian. I'm one of the owners from Selma Mobile Estates. And you guys are all more than welcome to come over there if you want. But what I wanted to say is it doesn't sound as much as a rent stability problem is a management problem. I mean, I feel the management and ownership is the rent stabilizer. And what the last gentleman had just said about he would tell the now deceased owner of how what he thought it could go up. I mean, I think that's correct. You know, the ownership management needs to work and be in step with its citizens, with its residents. But on the flip side, you know, costs do go up, you know, but that doesn't mean that you just slam it on the resident, and it doesn't mean that the park owner is going to take it all. So I would like to see this more on a per occurrence basis rather than a blanket across all parks where, you know, you could hear ours was 2.5%, I think they said. Maybe the committee, what Jerome had discussed, maybe setting up a committee that could help mediate these issues and come to a resolution between the park and its residents. Just because it makes it difficult, just, or maybe here's something else. If they're planning on selling, if that was the rumor and the, you know, people are they're trying to raise their rent so they get a higher price, maybe there's some sort of restriction for the couple years before the sale or the couple years after a purchase. You're not allowed to do any sort of absorbent rent increases. But if it's under the state of California regulation, I mean, I don't know. I would have a hard time saying that the city would be justified to defend something like that. But again, basically my message was take it on a specific basis rather than a citywide, because all these parks are local, are family owned, and there's no reason why any park owner shouldn't be in step with their residents. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Do we have anybody else who'd like to speak at this time? Do we have anybody on the phone or online? Like to give their input? Come on up, ma'am.
I'm Peggy Bowman. I live at Mobile Home, McCall Mobile Home Park also, me and my husband. I'm representing both of us. When the letter was read, when certain people spoke and talked about Joe being the manager, I don't think he really is a manager. He's part owner and he stepped in when we didn't have anyone. That's one thing. We need like a manager, and just like the gentleman said right there, they need to be in step with the people who live there. Letter was read. I could name several things there that is not true, and things that I've learned after 7 years there. We were painting our mobile home. We hired it done, and we were in Fresno, and we got a phone call saying that we had to stop painting. We didn't ask permission to paint. We had to show Joe the color, and he had to approve it. Didn't know that. Okay, so in the end, Joe couldn't find that rule either. There is no rule in the book that says that. Absolutely. So we had a painter that wasted his whole day just waiting to paint. And couldn't get home to figure this out. And then he asked us to lighten the color up because he saw the lid color. I said, Joe, it's going to be lighter than that. It's fine. No. So I took the paint there myself, and you can't lighten it for all the various reasons the guy told me. And so we painted it, and I told him that, we painted it and he liked it. I said, we didn't lighten it up. He goes, oh, you really didn't lighten it up? I go, no, I told you it would be just fine. And then he couldn't find the rule that said we had to ask him about the color before we even start. I also have found out after 7 years of us planting trees, taking trees out, putting in a sidewalk, we've done everything there we paid for on that lot that we've improved it. And it's been quite a bit because it was really a mess. Took the gravel out, everything. And I found out that the manager, the court, people that work there are supposed to trim our trees and take out our trees. We're not supposed to even mess with our trees. And we always have. And I'm like, well, are you going to pay me for all the stuff that we've done there, according to the trees? Well, of course not. So we do all the improving, we pay for it ourselves. He does, there is nobody that comes in, they don't help with that. It's all us. And we're aged people, I've had several surgeries since I've even lived here, but I'm just saying that we need a manager, and we need to know the rules, and he needs to share that, and we need to know what we're supposed to do and not do, and it needs to just be done. It's just,
Thank you for that. Thanks for your input.
okay, sorry.
No big buzzer. Anybody else? Anybody online, on the phone? Any input?
A reminder to those callers online, please use your raise your hand feature and we will add you to the meeting queue. Those calling using a telephone, please use *9 to raise your virtual hand. Mayor Robertson, at this time, I see no hands raised.
Thank you, City Clerk. With that, we'll bring the matter back to the City Council for discussion and consideration of the potential mobile home rent stabilization ordinance. Shall we just go down the line? Everybody say something? Whoever would like to go first.
I'll go first. One, I wanted to just thank everyone for being here, and I met with a lot of the folks that are here, and so the mobile home park is a very nice park. The other thing I wanted to mention before I forget is I loved how everyone was in sync with the Pledge of Allegiance. It just gave me so many goosebumps. I just had to say that. So I mean, to a couple gentlemen, you should probably buy the park. Um, But when I looked at this, I actually, we're not comparing apples to apples. All three of these properties are, they have different demographics, right? Not all of them are not all of them have, ownership on that. Not only that, but the population is different. The population is mixed population in the other two mobile home parks, where this one is specific to elderly. There's certain criteria that you have to meet in order, what I've learned is that you have to meet a certain criteria to even live there. So, and I many of you know, but I'm in housing. I work for the Housing Authority. So affordable housing, no longer low-income housing, it's called affordable housing, is my world. So I see the veterans, thank you, sir. I see the seniors. There's not enough housing for any of them, that population. A couple of numbers that I pulled up, as far as the average of Social Security is $1,667 a month. That's the average of California. Some of you guys are less than that, but that's the average, 1667. In my world, 30% of your income goes to your rent. And the 30% of that was, well, at $1,500, it's $450. So that is way over what some of you are paying for housing is way over what the affordable housing is, right? So like the gentleman, I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name, Michael mentioned, is that it is more, it does feel like it's more of a property management owner problem. However, I think that I'm not sure if any of these mobile home parks that were polled was what the demographics were in this. What? Yours is senior also? Okay. And you have requirements? Okay. So again, it's different criteria for these. So I feel that there should be some type of stabilization ordinance. However, there should be a committee as well. I think, again, it's more of a owner and a, owner of the property and owners of the mobile homes. But I hear you. I mean, low income low income threshold is annually for one person is $46,200. I just want to let you guys know that. And I know this information because HUD puts out this information, and that's what I work with. That is $3,850 a month for one person. So when we talk about affordable housing and all of that, we're talking about people that make $3,850 a month, which a lot of you are way below that. I even broke it down. That's $22.21 an hour. Okay, so when we're talking about affordable housing, low-income housing, whatever you want to call it, it's low income, that's the number that I want you guys to keep in mind, that one person, $22.21 an hour. With that though, like I said, I do, there's a lot of, scenarios here, and what we're here today to do is vote on 4 different things is, how do we define this? About a petition, reviewing, a reviewing body. So with that, I mean, I'm open to continue having staff, work at something, especially because of the unknowns, right? Michael stated, is having that grandfathered in verbiage or something, especially because it's a new, there potentially could be a new ownership, but I think that that would be something that would be like a grandfathered type of clause that says for everybody that lives in this property, if it's sold, not until, I mean, there's language where you could put not until the last person moves out. I mean, there's like all kinds of different legal languages and all that, legal, but that I've seen that where, you could do like that type of language where not until the last person that originally lived there, it's not like, oh, my daughter took over or what have you, it's the last person. But those are just kind of the things that I wanted to mention. Again, everyone here, I really, hear your stories, and I know because, my mom's there, and we're blessed that we have, she can go to any 3 of our homes if she needs to. But I know that, many of you don't have that or want to live independent, because that's what you want to do, is you want to live independent. But I hear you and I see the numbers, and I absolutely empathize with every single one of you, because I know what numbers, I'm in the housing world. Like that's my bread and butter. That's what I do. I've been doing that for almost 25 years. So it's something that, I advocate for. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to?
Yeah, I would just like to say, I want to thank everyone for showing up today. I've heard you. I've heard your issues in the past, and I do feel for you because I'm all for it. I think that we need to have some kind of rent stabilization here in the community of Selma, because this is what's going to happen. And it's going to happen over and over if we don't get some kind of control. And you're right. I don't want to see anyone be homeless. We see enough of that already. And that's something that we can't brush under the rug. We need to talk about it. We have to have dialogue. What are we going to do to be a part of a solution and not part of a problem? So we have to work together. And I know I've been there. I've been through that park. I see how beautiful it is, how well maintained. It's clean. Everyone there takes pride. And I'll tell you, I had individuals call me that weren't from this city and moved here and moved to that park because they said that was one of the best parks they've seen in this Central Valley. And I'm just blown away because I'm like, why Selma? Why'd you come to Selma? They said, it's beautiful. I love your city. And I thought, I do too. I do too. But for you folks, there's things that we do need to continue. This is dialogue. We do need to know what rent stabilization, we got to come up with the solution here. We need to know what the petition requirements, how we're going to get there, how we're going to establish that. Reviewing the body, we need to see who's going to be part of the body. And then the hearing process. Do we make the city, our city staff, be part of the hearing process, or is that council? So these are things, these are questions for us as well. How are we going to find these answers so our staff can come up with getting this and being part of a process here in the city of Selma? So again, I'm for it. I support it. And I want to say, Mr. Kazarian, I know you run a great mobile home park as well. I've been there as well. And I'll tell you, many people are very happy there. They love it there. Same thing. I had people come from the Bay Area and said they loved it there. And I want to compliment you for a nice place that you keep there because that's very positive. So thank you.
Well, first of all, just thank all the residents for coming here and expressing their feelings, either pro or con, and full disclosure, my aunt and my uncle live there through my wife's family. So I hear it, and I hear a lot of you guys come and talk to me. A lot of you have come and expressed your feelings and told me, where, because I have a unique position where we owned a restaurant and you guys would come and tell me how you guys wanted it and what you guys thought were the best for this community. But we as a leadership here, individually elected to represent our community, want to make sure that we represent you guys and everybody, right? And the only thing I ask is, we are here to represent you guys. We are here to make sure that there is dialogue between the owner and the residents, just like we as residents we own our home and we see impacts. So, we disclose and we talk to people. But, one of the things I want to come back to is, we come here, you come here to the meeting and you come forcefully telling us, this is our issue and this is what we want done. And we as council, months ago, we weren't talking about this, but it just so happened and it became an issue. And so now it's come to us. And we're here to represent you. We will represent you, but I want you to peel it back a bit and think about this. Individuals right now came and attacked individuals in regards to what base we're at and where we're going to pull. No one's said we're not going to approve this, or no one said individuals are not going to accept and do what's best for the community. We're here elected to represent you, but we also have to represent the ownership of the three parties. And you guys have expressed that there is one individual here that represents a park and they're doing a really good job. So how do we negotiate to get the parties that are actually concerned and having an issue to work with their people? And how do we set a policy so it could all work together, where we can make sure that we affect the people that are being affected, not the one that's not being affected? So what I ask for is everyone to, rather than attack and start using it as a political campaign, let's all unite and work together to solve the real issue, is to make sure you guys have the proper pricing on your rent and keep it for long term. Because at the end of the day, we're here to represent you. So what I ask for is a unique position where we all peel it back and start saying, hey, let's get Jerome, let's get individuals that all work together and understand this unique issue and work together so we can solve that issue and not make it a bigger issue. Because at the end of the day, you can vote for me or not vote for me, but we still need to represent you. So let's take that part out and the unique part about attacking individuals, and let's talk about working together to make sure that you have a nice home and a safe home. That's still our home, right? So all I ask is, yes, I'm in support of everything, but I want to make sure we have the key players to get involved and sit with Jerome and talk. What I mean by that is have the city staff and individuals that have key roles into making a good defined resolution to make sure that you guys are taken care of. So that's what I mean. But I want to make sure we peel it back a bit and kind of, let's take a gentleman and approach of saying that we are going to just work it out and get it done properly. So that's my approach. Thank you. And I'm supportive.
Yeah, thank you guys for coming out. Most of them, I know quite a few of you guys are my friends. And I'm totally supportive of what it was going to take to get us to the point that help you stabilize the rent and help you guys, be able to stay there. I'm just going to throw some figures out of here. So you have 214, there was 2 empty spaces, times 615 is like $123,000 a month. I'm definitely sure they do not pay a manager anything close to that. So they have a lot of money to work with. So within a year is $1.4 million to that park. That's how much they get. So somehow or another, they should be able to help, stabilize to the point that they don't need to gouge you guys for more. I don't see that at all. So thank you.
And then we've heard a lot from everyone tonight. Thank you so much for coming out. It's been very educational. Thank you to council for all the comments. I won't belabor the topic too much more, but I again want to add my support for rent stabilization. I think we've all been there in taking econ that in a capitalist economy, price controls don't work. This is not about price controls, as you folks have told me that I've met with many, many times. This is just about stabilizing. This is just about having some sort of ceiling and some sort of floor so you have cost predictability. We're not demonizing anybody here. And that's why we read the letters, the emails from the trade association and from the minority interest owner of McCall Village into the record so that we do have a fair and balanced look at this. But the preponderance of evidence is on the side of the residents here that it is about management and it's about getting value from where you live for what you're paying. And when you keep paying more and more, you expect some value for that, even if prices are increasing, because they're increasing for you too. Again, we don't want to point fingers here, but prices are increasing in our city, and they're increasing in our state, and they're increasing in our country, and we all have to pay them. We all have to find a way to make this work. As we've heard, this is the business of people to own the mobile home park estates, but that business depends on you, the residents. As St. Paul of Corinthians says, you run the race, you fought the good fight, you've reached the finish line. We honor you, and we thank you. You're our parents, you're our grandparents, you're our brothers, you're our sisters. Let's do the right thing here, but let's do it in the right way. That's why we're here tonight, to do it in an orderly way. So I would ask council, since it appears from the comments, we have a consensus to move forward with an orderly transition into some sort of rent stabilization. Should we move on with the various stages, the 4 parts that the deputy city manager was asking for tonight? Or do you just want to go back and go to the drawing board and bring it back?
Deputy City Manager, do you have a preferred approach regarding council's decision tonight?
I think if the motion just includes that we include those 4 aspects of an ordinance going forward, staff can work with that and have more discussion internally, externally if needed, to develop an ordinance that we believe is fair and balanced.
And in terms of the timeline, city manager, what are we looking at when we would next be considering this?
That's a tough timeframe to really establish, but I would say probably no more than 3 months.
Okay. So 90 days. Okay. Hopefully we'll do it sooner than that, but that's what you're saying, that could be the
And the
maximum.
reason I give that time frame is because there's substantial outreach and research that we still have to do to be able to reach a solid model. Certainly, we heard 90 other cities in California have established an ordinance. So as long as we're able to pull some best practices readily that are readily available, I think we can do it sooner than that.
Sounds good. And thank you for everybody for your input. Keep giving us your input. So is there a motion to send this back to staff to develop a rent stabilization program?
motion.
Is there a second?
I'll second, but I thought we were just doing a consensus.
Well, tonight was direction to council to move forward.
Direction to staff to move forward, and if there's any specific items to be included.
Okay.
So I think a roll call vote would be appropriate, probably.
That's good. Call the roll, please. City Clerk?
Councilmember Guerra,
Yes.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro.
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho,
Yes.
Mayor Robertson.
Yes. Thank you, everybody, for coming out. We're going to take a 5-minute break now. So everybody can, well, we can have a break. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
They're not ground level. Ours are ground level.
You're at the McCall Village or where are you? Okay.
You're disabled, like you have a lot of other people. I don't ram or.
Yeah. Mhm.
Them able to get in and out of the house. And if you live in this place,
Yeah, it was all part of consent, so I went over, I saw it back there, so I went over there.
He called me about three. Okay, I'll be there.
So, yeah.
You're welcome. Mhm. Bye.
I know. That continuous about what you guys do 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, so it's gonna be the exact same presentation, so now it's just.
You should be able to get a seat now.
To talk to, yeah. You'll be able to- I'll open it up for public comment. Excitement, you guys have been working with us through, comments, you absolutely are, you want to introduce yourself.
Yeah, we're kind of excited. I put a copy of the training on that.
Yeah, no. Get up, like I said, during public comment, if you guys want, and just support it and say, you guys have been, communication working with us. Unfortunately, absolutely.
It's just a bunch of work. We gotta jump through it, but.
So, but this is. I know. You know, I can't go.
As long as I thought it was gonna be.
Till we know. So I know costs, I know, engineering. Like that, I can't just say like.
Well, I thought everyone was gonna stop, so that's why I was like, we're gonna be here all night.
What this does.
Yeah.
I've been here 4 years. My family.
But like I said, if you guys want to get up and use restroom, you guys want to get up and introduce yourselves, and tell them what you've been doing, tell them what you've been doing. Let them know, like, tell them you're excited, you've never seen anything But just again, and it gets us to that next step, because once those plans are ready, then I get to send it to my engineer and he is itemizing costs.
Okay.
So now we start figuring out what exactly do we need to do to sort that. Well, and that's what we need to know, right? We need to know all of it. So that's why I said-
ready. He's ready to go right now.
Yeah, he's ready. He's got this. Yeah. But it's exciting. It's glad to see you guys here. Glad to see that you were here. Like I said, if that's, if you're here, council needs to hear, right? Council needs. All right, sorry, I've got one chance to use the restroom, so I'm gonna do that.
Proven right now.
Where, he's not there? Oh, really? Oh, that is hilarious. Yeah.
No, the Easter one has still coming up. The bad one, they already did.
It's gonna die.
Oh, your tablet?
Well, it's like a 53%. Maybe it won't be too bad.
I got it. Yep.
It won't be too bad. I was doing them. Look, and I have math all over. I had my papers that I had kind of like doodled on. And then I'm like, oh shoot, I forgot my papers. So there I am doodling all over.
Well, not quite as many.
Think.
Okay, we're gonna get started again. And we're going to we're gonna move on to agenda item 2, which is consideration and review of a Pioneer Village concept map.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I am here today with a lot of excitement to talk about Pioneer Village. We know that Pioneer Village is an amazing asset here in our community, and it's also an asset that has been severely neglected over the years and is in need of some work. It's underutilized. So what you have here today, let me back up a little bit. Back in end of summer last year, we did a big tour of Pioneer Village, and that was with city staff, engineers, architects,
And we really kind of, we toured each building at Pioneer Village. We took an in-depth look at the needs over there. And it was actually really exciting because it felt like the first step in something bigger than, you know, what we had planned. So after doing that, it went back with the architect and we started to come up with ideas on what we could do within Pioneer Village. What we have today is actual concept that we were able to, I think Raina is going to be able to bring that up for us. And this is just the first, this is a chance for council to review this concept, to give us any feedback, any direction that you guys see in regards to this new plan. A few things that we want to notate in this without, you know, reading verbatim from my report is we knew that there was a need for increased parking. If we want to do more there, we need parking. So that was the number one thing that we needed to look at through the beginning. So what we did is we came up with a couple different areas for parking, looked at restriping some of the areas. Now our agreement with Cattlemen's does say that they are authorized 200 spots within that facility. So we have to take that into consideration. However, during times that they're not open, that provides an additional 200 spots for our use for special events and things like that. So within this report, I think I mean, I am pleasantly pleased with the amount of parking spaces that we were able to use with at the same time, taking into consideration green space and open space within the park, right? The last thing that we want to do is fill it with parking and then not have anywhere to host special events. So that was a big thing for me, especially as a recreation and parks person, was preserving the open space so that people can actually mill around and we can host those events. So the other thing that I'm also excited about is the potential for a new banquet hall within Pioneer Village. As you guys are aware, it would be fantastic if we had an actual kitchen, banquet hall, additional restrooms, so that we could begin really hosting and booking events out there as well. And it would be a great revenue generator for this for the community. In addition, we also had to consider the use of basin space. Now, I'm not going to pretend that I'm an engineer and I can tell you all of the inner workings of the basin that's needed, but they were able to identify a few spots there. In total, we were looking at a little, just around 330 parking spots when Cattlemen's is open. That number increases by 200 when Cattlemen's is not open. And then finally, I did want to make note of the turnaround and the drop off. That was another thing that we had heard a lot of people ask for. We have a lot of people that come in, they can unload and they can move around, which I think is fantastic. And finally, we have the amphitheater. We know that this community needs more events. We know we need things that'll draw people to our community, but also things that our community can do so they can stay local when they have the opportunity. So the addition of an amphitheater with a dance floor gives us that opportunity to host the type of events that can actually support those type of concerts, movie nights, et cetera, et cetera. Our hope is that today we can kind of finalize and see what your guys' thoughts are, if there's any changes to the proposed parking situation, the use of any of the buildings that we are looking at, and any features that you guys would like to be considered for the final design. But like I said before, this is by no means the final. This is just the start of that process so that we can get to that. Our ultimate goal is to get a master plan ready so that we can then go out and get engineer quotes and things like that so that we can start to go after funding for this. To redo this type of facility, it's going to take all hands. We're going to have to find multiple funding sources. We're going to have to go after grants. This isn't going to be necessarily an easy project, but having complete plans just makes that so much easier for us into the future. So I am open to any comments that anybody might have.
Great. Anybody have any comments, Board Director?
I have a couple.
I think that's great news, Amy. This is something that we've been waiting for. And I'll tell you, I know because of the events that we've had there. And that's one thing that I'll tell you, just going to other events, other cities' events. We had so many people tell me, Selma has a great event. I mean, you guys have the best venue and it's, you know, the Pioneer Village, but yet we know it needs so much improvement, you know. especially like you mentioned the bathrooms, that's amazing, wonderful. Just reading some of this, some of the buildings that will be demolished, really and truly, they need to be, because they're not being taken care of. And this is gonna be a huge improvement. And like I always say, what's the time frame? But I get it. This is still the beginning stage. It's something that we can plan for the future, which I'm very proud of. And again, like I said, this is a first start. So thank you.
Thank you so much. One thing that I didn't touch on that I did want to touch on real quick is I don't want to underplay the value of the historical value of this venue, and the potential for education. So that is something that we've been working on as well, because this facility has the potential to have some really great educational components, whether it's enhanced field trips, and those sort of things into the future Pioneer Days where, kids can come out and learn about different things. So yes, the special events is amazing, but I won't lie, my heart is in education and in history. So I think also tapping into that so that we can ensure that we can continue to celebrate the city of Selma through this venue is incredibly important to me.
And adding a venue, that's a big plus, because you have so many people that ask, I need to rent a venue, and sometimes they can't do an outdoor venue. We need an indoor, and we don't really have that many. I mean, we have 1, 2, maybe, but we don't have that many indoor venues. So that would be a big plus, and it would generate revenue to our city. But anyways, again, I love it. Thank you.
I love the concept. I love the fact that we're actually moving towards that direction. This is not something that hasn't been being discussed here in our city. Prior to you being here, we were already discussing, Selma Business Alliance was discussing a fund where we're going to actually talk about getting community members and community organizations to start thinking about doing a multi-use facility so the community can have their quinceañeras, but we were going to have it where we can start generating funds, right? Being said that, understanding that I think we've all had events in our Pioneer Village, and one of the major problem was parking. The other one was the restrooms, right? And so the logistics on that part, but I appreciate the fact that you're saying education is important. We need to bring this, but also there's a number one factor, and that's a money factor. So the way I look at things is, staff can bring me this approach as what they want to do. But for myself, I want to see a phase A, B, and C, and D. I want to see phase 1, 2, and 3, 4. I want to collaborate with the city, county, state, and federal, right? But at the same time, it takes time when you start thinking about phases. So myself, as we're so proud of the fact that we brought a legendary guy to come and sing here, and I brought about 3,000 people here, right? But we capped the parking, we capped, Ramona Ayala came and we capped the parking, we capped the amount of people coming into our community, and we knew the need of what we needed, right? So one, I was happy the fact that this is an element, this is part of something we can bring to this community. And our community does want these kind of, we've had discussions with country artists, we've talked about that, but we can't, the logistics don't meet the demand, right? We can't do it. So I'm really happy about this approach, but I would really tell our staff that, I want to see a phased in. I want you guys to come to me with you guys can bring me a plan, but I want it peeled back, A, B, C, and D, because then we can start talking about the infrastructure, the restrooms, the infrastructure, the streets, the exits. We could talk about, one of the biggest things we have is gophers. When we start in the morning, we're getting ready for a concert in the morning, and by the evening, the holes are all back up. So those are infrastructure problems, right? So these are all elements of what we want, and our community is dying for it, but at the same time, in order for us to bring an approach like that, we have to have a realization, have a group effort by all our staff to come in to bring us a master plan for you know, the parking, a master plan for what our sewer looks like in that project. What are we gonna do? What's the cost? And what's the elements? Who are we gonna feed it to? And we do analysis, right? So I just say that because I'm hoping, I know you guys are gonna bring that approach. I know you guys are doing that. So I'm super excited of just the fact that you guys are presenting this to us. But I also want you guys to peel it back and bring into a, you know, a phased in approach. So we can be realistic on times as we're talking about, but getting and setting goals and getting this done. Yeah, thank you.
Wow. I'm excited also because this is what was one of my pet projects when I came on board as council person, and I'm so glad that at least we are in the beginning stages. And I'm really proud of it because when I saw it, the potential is there. I just saw everything out there that it could be done, and now we're finally starting that direction. Thank you.
What?
I'm really excited too, because when you were talking about bringing the education and everything, I got the vision of downtown Sacramento, I think it is, where it has, where it has all the, you know, older buildings and things like that. And it's a really good, you know, area. And I actually just was looking at some memories and of my son, when we took him, I think it was like fourth grade or something like that. When we went down there and, you know, we saw the mistress, you know, the teacher. And it was really neat to see, you know, what it looked like back then. And so I think this is a great opportunity for that. One of the things I don't see here, and just like Councilmember Trujillo said, you know, like the layers, right? So lighting, I know, is a big issue out there. So that would be great to, you know, see like where is that lighting gonna be? I don't want to say centered because you need it pretty much all around, especially if you do you know, the buildings and things like that. I was looking at that barn and then I read, oh, I remember that I read that you're demolishing it, and I said, oh, that would be great for another like little banquet kind of place. But if it's not safe, then it's not safe. But yeah, that's basically what I got, was that feel of downtown Sacramento. So thank you.
Thank you so much. And yes, one thing, this is, as the concept, we will get a more detailed report. But what we didn't want to do is jump the gun and go that way without getting direction from council. So this gives us that direction so that we can get there, right? We want to get to the layers. I'm excited to get to the layers, but until we have a very detailed cost analysis, it's very hard for me to start to plan those sort of things or make any sort of recommendations to you. So this is kind of that last step before we get into that detailed report. So I appreciate the feedback, absolutely.
Yeah, and I want to say thank you too. I think it's a good first step. It's, you know, been involved in events out there. I think you need to pay attention to the lighting. We've always had trouble with lighting. People leaving have had to kind of go on their own with their cell phones. You know, it's just ad hoc at best. And then the restroom situation is always really difficult out there. So I think those are two big items. One of the big things historically with the Pioneer Village that I've seen is, what is it? You know, is it a museum or is it a place to go see, you know, Ramon Ayala or the Marshall Tucker Band or La Nueva Onda? You know, what is it? What do we go do there? And, you know, this, hopefully we can do both. Hopefully, right? We can preserve the antiquity feel of the area and respect Selma's past, while at the same time, we actually use it and, you know, make it a commercial venture as well. You know, we have Cattleman's right there. So a banquet facility may be a little bit of a competitor with them. So I would definitely advise, you know, just being complimentary, because they're not open all the time and they would probably appreciate driving the extra business. I think more restaurants, the better, right? Because it brings more people around that go to the restaurants. So I'm not as concerned about that. It's just I would like to preserve that historical feel because people love that about Selma. You know, people want to preserve that. At the same time, it's got to be safe, and you know you can't go in the Vincent's house and visit the ghosts because it's just not safe, or the Unger Opera House. But at the same time, it's charming and it will bring people there. And the Pioneer Village has great potential. You know, I think everybody sees it. It's just, it's not quite there. And this is, I think, a good way to start to untap that potential. Anybody from the public have anything they'd like to say at this time about Pioneer Village? Come on up.
Santiago Ceguera, 2209 Thompson. I just want to give kudos to Amy. I think she's doing a wonderful job, and whoever brought it in deserves kudos too. Uh, I'm the chairperson for the Community Services Commission. I've been for 18 years I've served. But I just want to say that, like Mayor Robertson said, some of these things, I mean, you don't need layers to know that the bathrooms need to be replaced. Bathroom needs to be number one, right? Because we help with the Tejano Conjunto or the Tejano Festival, and that is the number one complaint. Bathrooms,
There you
kind of like Schaefer Park. First thing she came and fix, I mean, how hard is it? Just go out there and replace them, do something. You know, lighting, you get those two things and you already got a functioning place that you can rent right now. I mean, there's been people renting it, but if you get better bathrooms, I mean, it's like a Schaefer, you know. Little girls came to us from the girls softball league many years ago to complain to our commission that what's going on with the bathrooms, that they were actually embarrassed to live in the city of Selma because the bathrooms were so bad. Took years, but you know what? Amy came in and it was done. So let's not put this harder than it is. I know you want to see layers and this and that and that and this, but you got to start with the most pressing needs: bathrooms, lights. You get the bathrooms and the lights, and you got a functioning place until you get more money to keep on doing whatever else you need. I mean, to me, it's not that. Me as a citizen, I mean, we enjoy that place, and we've been to many events, and you know, you make it better, and people will come. You know, it's like the movie. You build it, they will come, and it's true. A lot of people like it. The only thing they don't like is the long lines in the bathrooms, and they're old, and some people say they're nasty. How about we get some new bathrooms in there? I mean, does it take an act of God to get that done? What does it take? The lights, how expensive can the lights be? Simple. Maybe I should be up there one day. Thank you.
Anybody else?
1057 Mill Street, Rose Robertson. I think this is great. As we all know, we started the doing the nonprofit organization through the Selma Arts Foundation at the time 10 years ago at the Selma Pioneer Village. It was the country Tejano country concert, Tejano country concert. And it was very successful. It was a way to bring in money for our nonprofit organization at the time, and it ran for 8 years, very successful. We had 3 generations of Selma come, and it was very affordable for them to have a place to come and enjoy themselves. Definitely a problem there was the bathrooms, and we had a way to get some bathrooms added there, and that was through the Selma Healthcare District program because it was a health issue. It just never came about, so I was kind of confused about that, but hopefully in the future we can get maybe something to that effect. And absolutely, this will be good for the city of Selma. It'll be a great place for our citizens of Selma and other neighboring cities to come and enjoy events. And hopefully we can continue those. And thank you.
My name is Ron, and I belong to the Pioneer Village through the Train Club. On? Yeah, I can hear myself. Well, anyway, I'm a club member out there at the old train station, and I've been there for like 7 years now. And we always talked about, do we do a fundraiser to get this thing looking nice? We have a lot of people come in there and visit us, and a lot of people come in there and visit us. Then they do a walk around the Pioneer Village, and they said, "What's going on here?" I says, "I'm not a citizen. I don't live in Selma, but I come here at the train show, and we get a lot of people coming in there. Here lately, we've been getting an influx of kids because of the train club, and a lot of them have special needs." And you know, like Amy got us excited about things, but we can't do anything until she gets her act together. What I'm saying is that, you know, the improvements of that place is going to help, because I've been down to Bakersfield, Pioneer Village, and it's awesome. They do things down there. They have things down there. If you guys do like they do, you're going to really increase your fold. So, but I'm just letting you know, we're waiting for the day to come when we can get that place looking nice.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Martin Winter. I'm the president of the Fresno Model Railroad Club right in Pioneer Village. I just want to tell, I've been coming to the club for 4 years now, and I took over as presidency here not too long ago. But I've also noticed too that most of our members are long timers. We've had one member that just passed away just recently. He was a longtime member. He was at the club when they first started at Pioneer Village 45 years ago. He always told us about a tree out front that he helped plant in that park, and he's always, every time he came over there, he talked about that tree. So it was nice to hear. And everyone that's been there 22 years, 30 years, some of us not too long, less than 6 months, but we're always happy to hear something going on in the park that's coming new in the park and that. And there's just exciting to hear something about this and new things going on. I help run our Facebook page. It has a picture of the clubhouse on the thing. Lately, in the last 6 months, we went from 900 followers to about almost 1,400 followers. The last 7 days, we had 500 hits on our Facebook page alone. And the main picture on the page is the train depot right there in Pioneer Village. So we are getting out there, not just around the local area, but I'm getting hits from people from Australia, the United Kingdom, Italy, Germany, even across the whole United States. So we are getting out there. Our club is starting to grow bigger right now. And we're starting to see more revenue coming into the park just alone in our club alone.
Good to know. Thank you, sir. Keep up the good work. Anybody else? Anybody online or on the phone? Wanna?
Jim Avila, 1701 Dinuba. I gotta admire you guys, the train, you know. I forgot about you guys. When I was in, when Avalos was training Boy Scouts of America, believe it or not, this gentleman here, these people that in Pioneer Village had the train. And it's whoever you haven't been there, you have to go there and see the people that have these vintage trains. I mean, these things are old. They're amazing and they still work. Long as I don't touch them, maybe. But no, but I have to admire, they've been there a long time. They're longtime residents of the train people. I call them the train people. And I admired them because of their character and longevity as far as teaching our youth about the trains in our community in the past and where it is now. And they teach them how it's unique. You have to go there, guys. You get a chance, and you council people, ask these gentlemen to give you a tour when they're running the trains, and you'll be amazed what you see. It brings back memory as a little kid, maybe that small, but it's amazing what they do. And I think people like that, they should be there. They're a part of history of the historic park. And that's, I consider them part of the history of Pioneer Village. And I commend them for what they do now. Thank you.
Anybody online or on the phone? Like to say anything?
Caller ending in 563. I see your hand raised. 3 minutes.
This is Isaac Garza, Selma. Can you guys hear me?
Isaac Garza, it just sounds a little muffled.
Oh, okay. I think it's because my phone has a case on it.
Can hear you now.
Okay, perfect. All right. So my name is Isaac Garza. I do a lot of promoting in Fresno as far as rock and roll, anywhere in between country music and so forth and so forth. We've been doing a lot of events at the Full Circle venue. I don't know if you guys are aware of that. But they have an end cap on the price for the venue. What I want to say is that it's almost nearly impossible to rent out the Pioneer Village to actually throw an event there. I would think if you guys did lower down the cost to rent the property, You guys could establish money, doing that way. You guys could get the bathrooms fixed. You guys could get the lighting out there if you guys just were able to lower the cost on the rent of the facility. I just called about a week ago and I got the summons for the Pioneer Village. And like I said, it's almost nearly impossible to rent that lot out. That's all I have to say. I appreciate you guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else who would like to say anything?
I see no other hands raised.
Great. And with that, we'll bring the matter back to council. This appears to be a discussion item. Is there any direction that staff is looking for at this time?
Certainly, if you have any comments, additional comments on the concept, we'd be happy to receive it. Otherwise, council is more than welcome to submit written comments to staff after you've maybe thought about it some more. But the next step, and Community Services Director, I don't know if you had planned on talking about next steps, but once we nail down a conceptual plan, the next step, as we've discussed, is seeking funding. And as you might recall, we have started to petition since last year, our state and federal representatives for parking funds to be able to develop additional parking. So that's definitely part of the first phase to develop, but we need to, create the engineering plans and the construction plans and all those kinds of things. So that is going to be our next step, but we wanted to make sure that the community is happy with the overall vision for a future Pioneer Village.
Thank you. We'll look forward to those next steps. With that, we'll move on to our next item, which is consideration of a resolution approving the Fire Department Emergency Medical Services Division Reorganization Plan.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Before you for consideration is a resolution approving the Fire Department Emergency Medical Services Division Reorganization Plan, which is a mouthful, and I just want to say, please forgive me, this staff report's got a whole bunch of numbers and a handful of acronyms, and I'm going to do my best to make it not confusing for everybody. So, in April of 2020, the City of Selma resumed providing ambulance services through our EMS division. And it was an incremental approach getting back into providing that service. We started out with one ALS ambulance, and today we provide 3 ALS ambulances on a 24/7 basis. To provide those services, the council has allocated or appropriated funds for 18 EMS personnel in that division. That includes 9 paramedics and 9 EMTs. 18 staff members, they staff 3 ALS ambulances 24/7, 365. What an ALS ambulance is it's an ambulance that is that has at least 1 paramedic personnel on board that ambulance. With current staffing and the deployment model that we have times where we reduce down to 2 ALS ambulances and 1 BLS ambulance because of lack of paramedic staff that we have in our division. What I'm asking for tonight is a reorganization that increases the amount of paramedics that we have on our staff from 9 personnel to 12 personnel, which would allow for 4 paramedics on each shift, and reducing the amount of EMTs from 9 personnel to 6 personnel, which would put 2 EMTs on each shift. What that accomplishes is it allows for us to have 1 paramedic on vacation or be sick and still have 3 paramedics on shift for that day, which allows us to have or to continue to have 3 ALS ambulances in service. We can have an ALS ambulance with 2 paramedics on an ambulance, but we can't have an ALS ambulance with no paramedics on an ambulance. And so change gives us that little bit of flexibility in order to accomplish that. Our current staffing today, we have some vacancies due to attrition and due to members going to different departments or changing their career paths. And so it's been a challenge for us to continue to maintain those 3 ALS ambulances, and that's what's really driving this decision. In the reclassification, there will be no positions that will be terminated in order to accomplish this. We currently have 3 EMT vacancies. And we currently also have 2 paramedic vacancies that I'm actively working with Janie's staff on recruitments. So there's no personnel that will be laid off due to this change. It'll just happen naturally through the election process. With this, again, it'll open up flexibility in regards to full staffing. We'll have the ability to bring on per diem staff, and it will create a potential to increase from 3 ALS ambulances to 4 when full staffing is available. Outside of that, staff's recommendation is, fiscal impact. The fiscal impact is estimated at roughly $35,000 of an increase to the ambulance fund for the remainder of the calendar year, and it's estimated due to the timelines and recruitments and onboarding, all of that. And that is included in the mid-year budget proposal later on in council meeting. Outside of that, staff's recommendation to adopt the resolution approving the Fire Department Emergency Medical Services Division reorganization plan, and increasing the total number of paramedics by 3 full-time positions and decreasing the total number of EMTs by 3 full-time positions. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions for Fire Chief Webster?
Fire Chief, I just want to clarify, you stated that there wouldn't be any layoffs or due to the vacancies that we have currently, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so I just want to make sure that I have this correct. Paramedics and then EMTs. So you want to go from, what do we have right now? 9 paramedics?
Correct.
And you want to go to 12, correct?
Correct.
And then you're reducing the EMTs?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, so we'll be maintaining the total of 18 personnel, which was appropriated in this current fiscal year. And we're just reclassifying 3 of those EMT positions into paramedic positions. And due to current vacancies, there will be no impact to staff that are currently employed.
Okay, thank you.
We won't be laying off any EMTs. And how hard is it?
Correct.
Thank you. How hard is it? And you meant the 35,000 will be for the remainder of the budget year, or is that the calendar year? Budget? Fiscal year until 7/1. Because you're taking away EMTs and you're putting on paramedics. So there's kind of a zero-sum game there going on. Is that correct? There's an offset?
Yeah, paramedics generally cost more. That's why there's a slight increase in the projected budget. But I think what the fire chief is referring to is we don't know how soon we'll be able to recruit those additional paramedics. But the anticipation is that the cost will be slightly more.
Is it harder to find paramedics than EMTs just because they're more qualified?
Yes, there's significantly fewer paramedics out there in the workforce than there are EMTs due to the training that it requires to become a paramedic.
And I think the last time we looked at this, we said that when we don't have enough staffing, that it goes to another agency. You still have to provide the service, but another agency provides the ambulance service and they get the revenue. Is that correct?
That is correct. So if a EMS patient is picked up by another agency, then they would be collecting for the transport of that patient. And if we don't have ambulances available or in service due to staffing or vacancies, then we're reducing the amount of available resources that we have to respond to those incidents.
And there has to be at least 1 paramedic per ambulance. Is that correct? To go out and run calls?
There has to be 1 paramedic in an ALS ambulance to respond to calls. And for the EMS system that we are part of, ALS ambulances are the primary response unit for 911 calls.
That's ALS. That's what it means. Okay, thank you. Anybody else with any input?
Just, a question off topic of what you're bringing this up. Didn't we approve for another ambulance? Are we gonna, in the next year, we'll be getting another ambulance, correct?
This fiscal year, we approved the purchase of an ambulance. We received that ambulance a couple of months ago, and it's
Okay.
currently in service. And that was our 5th ambulance that we have in our fleet.
Good, okay. So next year we're not gonna have an impact this year, but in July we'll be discussing some more addition to take care of that other ambulance, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Good.
And how many do you run at any one time? How many ambulances?
Our current deployment model, we have 3 ambulances that we staff 24/7. We currently, our goal is to have 3 ALS ambulances 24/7, 365. Due to staffing shortages, we reduced that to sometimes 2 ALS ambulances and 1 BLS ambulance, and at times, due to extreme circumstances, we'll reduce to just 2 ALS ambulances.
Anybody from the public? Any questions or comments? Anybody on the phone or online? Okay, come on up.
Jim Abbott, 1701 Dinuba. On the change up on the EMT and the paramedics, there's a difference between the paramedics and the EMT, right? Am I correct?
Fire chief.
Yes. There is, the paramedics are more highly trained in situations to save lives. Am I correct on that issue? And I'm always a believer, guys. I'm always a believer in the ambulance and the fire police, what they do in our community. But when you train your fire department, the elite, I call it the elite, any staff member in any department, when they become elite in themselves, they're very valuable. And I feel that in my heart, paramedics are another elite to the staff of the fire department to make them more successful in our community and saving lives, but it needs to be done right away. The more training you have as a paramedic, because they're a little more higher skilled in saving lives in a situation, I'm a firm believer in our community. It's a very valuable, every second counts when a life person's in danger. Heart attack, whatever situation, any loved one or neighbor, whatever. If you can get them in time, which is the paramedic, he can make it a game changer because they make it happen and saving lives. And by saving lives, you save the cost of sometimes people in the hospital for a long time or a death of a loved one. It's important to, it's very important to safety in our community to do the right thing and the proper thing. As far as you never know when it might happen to any one of your family members. And you probably said, I wish I had a paramedic standing by. That's all I got to say. I'm a very supportive of that. Thank you.
Anybody else? Okay, is there a motion to adopt this resolution approving this reorganization plan?
Make a motion.
I'll second it.
Call the roll, please. Who is the second? Okay, Councilmember Trujillo.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho,
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Yes.
Councilmember Guerra,
Yes.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro,
Yes.
Mayor Robertson.
Yes. Item 4, consideration of a resolution approving job descriptions and salary ranges for Animal Services Director, Animal Services Technician, and Emergency Medical Services Supervisor.
Hey, Mayor, council members, what you have before you is the resolution to approve job descriptions and salary ranges for Animal Services Director, Animal Services Technician, and Emergency Medical, the EMS Supervisor. Both animal services job descriptions are needed because of the reacquisition of the animal services to the City of Selma, to the police department. The employees that are currently in place now, they have temporary contracts. So in order to have them as fully paid staff, we would need to develop or approve the job description and salary range in order to bring them on board. The EMS supervisor the item right before us was the reorganization of the EMS services. The EMS service, the EMS supervisor is one that staff is recommending in order to be more efficient in the management of EMS services. And staff is recommending approval of the job descriptions and salary ranges.
Thank
One
you.
thing I would like to mention is with the salary ranges for the animal services director. I did look outside of our area because there are no animal services directors within the cities that we have selected as far as comparables. So I did look outside of our area, but I also did an adjustment based on the cost of living for them. So for a salary that was outside of our area, it would have been 36% higher had we gone there, but I did the adjustment according to the cost of living. And with those two, there's actually in Madera County, and I was recently told with Madera County and Kern County, and I did do some follow-up on that. They actually have a director of animal services there. I plugged them into our salary survey, and it would not have impacted the salary recommendation. So those two would not have, it still would have been the same salary recommendation.
Thank you for your report. Do we have any questions for Director Venegas at this time? Any comments?
I have one question. On your essential functions, you work with the city administrator / police department. Who do you define as a city administrator? City manager?
I'm just looking at this, well, we can open it up for the public to make a comment. Did anybody have any comments on this item tonight that they would like to make? We could bring it back to council.
Good evening, Parveen Sandhu, 2477 Country Club Lane. Also president of Second Chance Animal Shelter. And looking at these salaries and these positions, it's actually really concerning the cities that we're comparing against. These are not economies of scale. San Francisco, San Jose, Oakland, they have different demographics. They have different socioeconomic backgrounds. They don't have any relativity to the Central Valley and the struggles that we're facing with our animals and our people living here. There may have been adjustments made, but we have on here on page 50, so many of the surrounding communities that don't even have these positions, such as Animal Services Director. So if they don't have them, what's the need? Madera County, that's a county shelter. We're a city. So I think that should be favorable comparisons made. Bringing on such high-level management also is concerning because we're actually decreasing services. We're going from 7-day ACO services to 6. And that's also, something to think about. We're also looking at spending money on purchasing another ACO truck, where we had offered to sell 2 of ours. So all of these things need to be considered. At the same time, we're looking at for 5 positions total, right? Anywhere between $310,000 to $380,000 just in salaries annually. That does not include a fully loaded salary of benefits and, care for the dogs, right? Vet bills, vaccines, dog food, anything pertaining to their care. So it looks like we're looking at almost $500,000 to run an animal shelter. Also, where's the website for City of Selma Animal Services? There is not one. What are the fees? Reclaim fees have been waived, apparently, according to social media posts. Not everybody has social media. They have to be able to refer to a website. There's no fee structure. So are these services that are provided by the city of Selma free to all to the citizens? Because there's no consequences, right? If your pet gets out, you don't pay a fee to reclaim them, so it's okay. Um, you know, you don't have to do that. What services is Animal Services providing? Those are key factors that need to be on the website.
There comments?
Teresa Salas, excuse me, 1701 Danube Avenue. There was a lot of discussion on Second Chance Animal Shelter and what they were spending, the money that was being given to them by the city to run the shelter. I am curious now with these salaries and what was mentioned, it's not just a salary, there are benefits if they're full-time city employees. So what is that along with running the shelter, the feeding the animals, the care, the everyday, day-to-day running of the shelter? What is that cost compared to what we were giving to Second Chance Animal Shelter to run? I'm just curious what the difference is. Are we saving money? Are we spending more money? Are we accomplishing what we set out to accomplish by canceling or not renewing the contract with Second Chance Animal Shelter? And also, somebody mentioned it in the oral communications, and I noticed it too. I was going to ask too. Are we picking up animals from other cities again? I noticed that they were posting pictures on social media of animals that were picked up in Kingsburg, and they were asking, you know, are these your pets? Come and pick them up there at the Selma shelter. So are we being reimbursed by those cities for picking up those animals also?
Maria Juarez. Just to answer your question, Teresa, I actually reached out to staff at the City Animal Services and asked if they were going to start picking up animals from Kingsburg and Fowler, and I was told they were. So my question to the city manager and police chief is, where are those contracts and who approved them? Because as far as we were told, they're picking up animals as of now, and it's on their website. So on their Facebook, they posted today 2 dogs that were picked up from Kingsburg. So, and to answer another one of your questions, when we got our contract not renewed at the end of last year, council was promised that it was going to be more cost effective if the city took it over. So how is this saving the city money when it's almost doubling the budget that we had? And how is it providing better services when we're going from servicing the community 7 days a week to only providing ACO services 6 days a week? It's become a burden on the police officers because now they're having to answer calls after hours and on the weekends. And I don't think that's fair to them because that's not part of their training to be chasing dogs. So. Oh, and one more thing. We've been asked if students can volunteer at the shelter. Apparently they've been reaching out and they haven't gotten a response from shelter staff. There's a lot of community members that have reached out to us because we are a nonprofit organization and they were able to volunteer and get their hours credited for different agencies. And they're not able to do that with the city, I guess. So that's another question that we had as far as answering to those people reaching out to us. Are they able to volunteer and get some type of credit for those hours that they volunteer their time at the shelter? So.
Louis Franco, 1064 Mill Street. I think the comments I heard from my fellow community members are, though passionate, off topic. What's on the agenda is just revising the salary schedule for staffing. The city already made a decision to go in this direction, and they're just accommodating their ordinance or their bylaws or their laws in order to accomplish that. And though I appreciate everyone wanting to save money, what the community wants is quality service provided. And the only reason the city had to believe what I've heard over the years of attending in the months, the only reason the city had to change services is because Second Chance wasn't providing adequate service. So hey, I want good adequate services, but all these questions, they're valid. It's not the point being discussed here today. So I would advise staff to stay focused and not less, it's been long. The first item took quite a bit of time. So if you could deal to the matter at hand and we get out here timely matter, would be much appreciated. Thank you.
Santiago Segura, 2209 Thompson. I just want to respond to the gentleman or, the question that he has or whatever it is. True, we're talking about salaries, but standing up here and attacking Second Chance is not the subject either. Yes, we are passionate about the animals. That's why we're all here. If we weren't passionate about them, we could say, you know what, just kill them all, But that's not how it works. We're here because, we took away the contract from somebody because it was too much money. And it's on record that it was said that it was too much money. Yet now we're saying, well, we're gonna pay more. For what? For part-time services? They don't pick up animals on Sundays or after hours. And some people on social media have said they called the police and they're not helping either. They're told, well, why don't you just wait till they open on Monday? So Second Chance Animal Shelter doesn't exist as a shelter, but you need to know that they will exist as a rescue. All those animals are not being picked up by the professionals, are being picked up by these ladies. And they're not charging you anything. So think about that. Thank you.
Anybody else with any comments at this time?
Ten 57 Mill Street, Rose Robertson. I think at the end of the day, when you see these numbers, special project manager, 26,000, new position animal services, 24,813, new position animal services, 6 months, $36,090, new position animal service officer position, 6 months, 22,800, new position 2 animal services technicians, 36,960, funding for operational costs, 48,000, assets, purchase of an ACO truck, 25,000. I think, at the end of the day, we always seem to have, a couple citizens that want to silence us of where our taxpayer money is going. We have every right to have input of where our taxpayer money is going and hope that we have funding to keep our employees employed, our public safety employees. You see one position on the bottom after that, but yet we have 5
Mayor-
new positions.
Mayor, I think we're talking about a different agenda item at this point.
Talking about the budget.
But isn't this the,
Yeah, this is the salary ranges for animal services director, animal service technician, and emergency medical service supervisor. The next one is.
the next one, I'm
the
sorry.
budget.
I'll come back.
Hey, do we have any more comments from anybody here? Do we have any comments from anybody on the phone or online?
Hi, caller Lorena Betancourt, your line is open. Please unmute your line.
I'm sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay, hi, Lorena Betancourt, 1326 Goldrich Street. I too have a lot of concerns and questions regarding these salaries that are going to be approved. I know that from the beginning, when everything was happening with Second Chance, it was being said that there was a lot of money being spent, and that was the main issue. The budget, it just kept going back to the budget was the problem. It was not the services that were being provided because I too can second that Second Chance is still picking up animals because they are the only ones that are answering the phones. and they're the ones that are being out there, going out there on Sundays after work, or I mean, after hours and things like that. That being said, my concern is all this money, where's all this money coming from to approve all of these salaries and these new positions that we didn't have any money for before? Now, all of a sudden, we're able to do all of this and pay these amounts of money to people that, again, the salary requirements don't even meet for this area. So where's this money going to come from, and how is that going to affect us, the community? Because we're the taxpayers, we're the ones that are doing that. And, you know, I was told during the grand opening that they weren't going to be picking up animals from other cities, but they are now posting that people, or that animals are being picked up from Kingsburg. That's great for the animal. I don't want any animals to be out left in the street. But again, the lies is my concern. There's been a lot of inconsistencies with all this whole transition, and that's where my questions are. And we have the right to know. We have the right to ask. It was said that there was going to be an assessment of the shelter. Then by the next meeting, then all of a sudden, that's it. Second Chance was out. So you guys have been making these decisions. It's very obvious and very apparent that it was personal against Second Chance. That's fine. You guys have your own agenda. We as a community have the right to know where our money is going and what is happening in our community. And that's why we're here. And that's why we attend these meetings. And that's why you guys were elected. So please answer the questions that we have and make us understand why there's so many inconsistencies in every meeting. Thank you.
Anybody else online or on the phone who has any comments at this time?
Hi, my name's Kelly Guerra. I live at 2145 Cypress Street in Selma. I'm not sure if I'm able to ask this question. You guys already have the people in position that you're hiring, right? That you hired that are working right as of right now? Anybody?
City manager, is there staff in place at the,
Not under
Shelter.
these titles, no.
Okay, and the other thing I was asking is because a lot of people that I've been rescuing for over 13 years, and I read a lot of dogs with my scanner for chips after hours and on weekends. And a lot of people have been asking me that they're not getting any help because there's no one there that's bilingual to help them. So whoever takes these positions, we need to make sure that someone is bilingual there. Just to let you know, this has been a revolving door for over 13 years. It takes a lot to get the right staff in place, in years to get the right people to do this job. Unless you're there to go and see for, I don't know if any of you that I know of, Sarah Scott have been there, Blanca barely, and then you, Fernando, barely came this year to go on site to see what's going on. I think you should put more time in to go, take some time to see what's going on so you know what it takes and entails and how much it's going to cost. But these figures that you guys have are ridiculous. I know where these employees that are working there right now, and I just want to state that they were not rehireable at Fresno Humane, and I know that for a fact. Thank you.
any other comments at this time? With that, we'll bring the matter back to council. This is the topic for approving the proposed monthly salaries for the new positions, Animal Service Director, Animal Service Technician, and Emergency Medical Services Supervisor. I'll reserve my comments for the Animal Services Division until the next topic, which is the mid-year budget update. And with that, if we don't have any more comments, is there a motion to?
Well, I do have a comment.
Okay, please
I
comment.
thought you were gonna bring it back to council.
Yeah, we'll bring it back.
Okay,
Anybody has any comments?
I have a comment. I do have concerns as well in regards to the amount of monies that we're gonna be paying out for these positions. I run on public safety. Public safety is one of my main focus here in the community of Selma, because I wanted to make sure that we had public safety, enough officers, enough firefighters for our community to protect our citizens. So that was my big number one purpose of running. And that's why I'm up here today. My concern is we worked so hard for years, I would say at least 2+ years, to pay our officers what they deserved and to bring them to a pay scale where we weren't losing them, because that was a big issue of a revolving door in the police department. We weren't paying our officers enough. And we finally got them to a salary where they were very comparable. It was competitive with the other cities. I have a real big problem seeing how much we're going to pay an animal service director when we don't even start our lateral police officers or our sergeants at this pay. And our officers have to go through an intense academy, intense training, and also an intense background for a position that they put their lives on the line for our community every day. They're out there. So I do have a hard time accepting this. I think when we first talked about how much a person, we threw figures out, and I know Councilmember Trujillo mentioned, oh, maybe we can pay somebody $60,000 a year. That's a little more feasible for the size of our community, and paying someone like you've all stated, they're not a full-time position. We had animal service. See, they were working 24/7. And this wasn't part of our officers' job. They're not trained. This is not for them to do. And now we're trying to say, we're going to pay somebody starting pay $8,271 to $10,053. That's a lot of money. Our fire captain doesn't even start at this pay. I have a hard time agreeing with this. And I think our community should have a hard time agreeing with this. And so should our council. Thank you.
I think I could answer or talk before, since my name was mentioned. I don't recall stating a number about 60,000, but I will recall stating that, you know, when you're in a municipal government and you spend money, you ask for a budget. You ask to have transparency. That's what happens when you do accounting 101. It's transparency. Dollar comes in, dollar comes out. Most definitely right now, our issue is in regards to what the balance and what the budget is to have a good respective animal shelter in this community. I feel this is proper amount. Just the same way we did a wage analysis for all our staff. If you want high, good quality staff, you pay them and you hold them accountable. So I can understand that some part of our community has a concern because a animal shelter that was here, and I'm really concerned as to where the animals are being sheltered, the ones you guys are picking up. But aside of that, I don't want to get involved in that right now. What I want to talk about is what are we asking for? We're asking for some people that are going to have, when I look down there, they're going to have some degrees. We're going to have some accountability, and we're going to ask for some professionalism, and we're going to ask for budgetary items, and we're going to ask for a balanced worksheet, a ledger, a balanced ledger. I understand that some people sell houses and they probably don't understand what a ledger is. So what I want to know is, I want to know that $60,000, I never mentioned that, but you can mention my name.
You did do it. You did.
What I want to make it real clear is, aside of attacking me and mentioning my name, why don't we just talk about the consistencies of what we want in our community? We want to make sure we hold people accountable. We want to make sure we put a legitimate person in charge that's going to be able to fund our other community members, and make sure that we have a good facility that actually can send us a ledger. And just to end it with this, the reason why we haven't got this report back from the animal shelter, Second Chance Animal Shelter has not brought the reports to us that we need. And I'm going to be putting that on the agenda. And I'm going to also be putting on the agenda that we get a forensic audit. That's dollar for dollar from the animal shelter. If you pay yourself because you donated money, you put that down. So what I want to do today is I want to acknowledge the fact that when you want to go ahead and have exceptional service, you pay for exceptional service. So we can go back and forth, but in reality, we're asking for a service that's going to be exceptional. And when we start talking about budgetary items and what's the impact of our community, just an item before that, we have an ambulance fund that just that's making tremendous money. And we're proud. All of us have been voting for that because we're doing it. But that's part of safety also. So what I want to say is that I strongly recommend this item because of the fact that we are going to hold our community at a higher standard. And that's my input. I know there's some naysayers out there, but at the end of the day, that's what we got to do. We got to vote for what's right for our community.
No, I heard earlier from Councilman Trujillo that we wanted to, be gentlemanly in what we talked about. I don't think it's very gentlemanly to be attacking a nonprofit during an item that is approving a job description and salary range for animal service. So I don't see, I don't see you meeting your own standards on that, Councilman. I think on this, I'm going to reserve, as I said, my comments for the next item, but yeah, the proposed monthly seems to me out of whack when you're looking at the comparison salaries and they're in the Bay Area. And I know they were discounted, as the director said, with a salary differential. I appreciate that, but I just don't see the relativity between the two on those salaries. And just to preview what I'm going to say in the next one is, the argument that was made to non-renew Second Chance Animal Shelter was an economic one, dollars and cents, which we also hear from. Oh, hold on. Thank you. Okay, if I could just continue. We heard an economic argument that the shelter was spending too much money, and now we're looking at some salaries that are very high in comparison with what I believe Second Chance was paying their people. So I'm just laying my foundation for the next topic when we go through the mid-year budget update, but I wanted to make those comments before we bring this back. Anybody else have any comments at this time? Okay, is there a motion?
Looks like we have
for
a couple of
consideration?
hands raised on Zoom.
Do we have anybody who'd like to make comments on Zoom, City Clerk? It's not a public hearing. We can go back.
Caller ending in 657, your line is open.
Yeah, we didn't close it. We didn't close it.
Hi, caller ending in 657, your line is open. Please unmute your line. Press star 6. Hi, can
Hello?
you state your name?
My name is Stella Ramirez, Selma, California. I wanted to be there in person, but I'm feeling a little under the weather. But I've been listening to you all online, and I decided to call in because of the shelter, of how much this is going to cost to hire these people to fill these positions. And it was mentioned, and I also seen it on social media, that pets are being or dogs are being taken to the shelter from other cities. Out of fairness to the community, myself and other taxpayers, why are we going to be taking dogs from other communities? Shouldn't we split the cost with them if we're going to be taking their dogs? Can't we split that cost? Because that's not fair to us as taxpayers, that we have to pay to bring dogs in from Kingsburg, Fowler, Parlier, wherever. It's not fair to us. So think about that before you make any financial decisions. We shouldn't have to pay for somebody else's responsibility. We should be accountable for our own. So that's all I wanted to say on that topic. Thank you.
Hi, caller ending in 299. Your line is open. Please use *6 to unmute yourself.
Hello.
Hi, please state your name
Hello. Hi, Yolanda Torres. Can you hear me okay?
perfectly.
Okay. I'm just listening to this, and this is really just blowing my mind. I don't understand where these, if you're saying you're comparing the salary to the Bay Area, let's compare the salary of our police chief and our fire chief to the Bay Area and give them that kind of money. I don't understand. These people put their lives on the line every day to protect and serve our community, but yet you're trying to pay people in these positions with an animal shelter. This is a little ridiculous. I think you guys need to put a hold on this and do a little bit more looking into the salaries or something, because there's no way as a taxpayer that I am going to agree to pay this kind of money. I'm sorry it didn't work out with the Second Chance Animal Shelter. They did great work. I don't know what happened there. I don't care to know what happened there. I just know what's happening now. And if you expect us to be okay with this kind of salary, I don't know what you guys are thinking. I honestly don't. We have so much other stuff that we could be doing in our community and we need funding for, and a lot of this money can go to that. So I'm just asking you guys to reconsider and to put a hold on this and look into this a little bit further. Thank you.
Anybody else?
Mayor, if I can address some of the questions from the council and from the public, I think there's an opportunity to provide some clarity on what staff is proposing at this time with the proposed positions and the salary ranges. And, it might have been lost on a few folks with regard, and it's understandable because we look at, the salary comparison and, it's hard to, determine what those adjustments were made to the cost of living. And really, we brought it down to an apples to apples comparison to make sure that the salaries that we're proposing are not actually the salaries that are being paid in those Bay Area cities. The salaries were adjusted based on a widely used cost of living factor to make them an apples to apples comparison to the Central Valley. Additionally, and I think more importantly is, there's a question asked about where the money is coming from to fund this position. We were paying Second Chance Animal Shelter $30,000 a month, which amounts to a $360,000 annual figure, which was all coming from the general fund. And that's where the proposed budget for these positions is coming from, where it's the same use. It's just, it's being allocated to a different position rather than a nonprofit organization. But I think the bigger picture here is, offsetting these costs, right? So we have professional staff within the Animal Services Department right now who are doing a great job of creating capacity, of creating an ability within the animal shelter to be able to care adequately, humanely for the animals that are there, which also increases our capacity to bring animals in from other cities, other communities. So, when there were 120, 150, 160 animals at the Second Chance Animal Shelter, there was very little room and very little capacity to bring in animals from other communities like Kingsburg. Well, now we're in a much better position where we can accommodate additional animals, and additionally, we can enter into more viable, feasible contracts with those communities to offset the cost of those services, right? As one of the callers mentioned, absolutely, Selma should not be paying the cost for the animals from other communities. Those costs are going to be borne by those communities themselves. All we're doing is providing the service because we have the staff, we have the capacity, we have the expertise, we have the facility. So there's a longer term picture here about how we can build this organization, which is the Animal Services Department, right? It's not, we can't take a narrow look and a narrow approach to say, okay, we have to match, apples or dollar for dollar what Second Chance Animal Shelter was providing in terms of services and how much they were spending. At the end of the day, you know, aside from the upfront costs that were required to fix the facility, to purchase new vehicles, all these things that we had to do to bring the facility up to par. I mean, those were expensive things, right? Because that facility hadn't been well maintained in years. And so that was quite an expenditure, but now we're in a place and we're building that facility into an enterprise essentially where we can support additional revenue because we have the people in place that know what they're doing. So what I would say is, at the end of the day, the net revenue, the net cost is going to end up being less because we're going to be able to share costs with other communities. And yeah, it's not just going to be Kingsburg. It's not just going to be Fowler or wherever. I think there's a need. Every community around us has a need for animal control services, humane animal control services. We're in a great position here at the City of Selma because of our geographic location off of the 99, where we can take advantage of that and actually provide better services to our own community while also looking outwardly to provide better services to other communities. And eventually, it won't be a function of the city, right? But we have to build it to that point, and we have to take a bigger picture view of this. And so I would say, you know, it takes the right people to be able to build that sort of organization. And the investments that we've made, not just in animal services, but in our overall staff as a city, as an organization, have begun to pay off. And I would ask the council to keep that bigger picture in mind, because even now, the 2 months that we've had taking control over the Animal Services Department have generated very positive results and returns, and lots of adoptions, lots of fostering, lots of placements of these animals, lots of reclamations. And sure, we're not charging, you know, reclaim fees right now, but that's to encourage people to reclaim their animals so that we don't get, you know, an overpopulation situation at the shelter. Eventually, we'll reinstate that, but there has to be a buildup of the process and the familiarity with the staff and with the facility itself. So I would just ask council to keep that in mind and to, you know, make sure that, you know, the things that we're looking at here are not a short-term, narrow. It has nothing to do with Second Chance Animal Shelter and the services that they provided. This has everything to do with the opportunity that the city has to build a long-lasting, high-quality professional organization. Thank you.
I just have a quick question. City Manager, you brought up a few things. Okay, so currently, do we have a contract with Kingsburg or Fowler?
We're working on those, and those should be coming to council after further discussions with those cities. Mhm.
Okay, but we don't have a contract in place at this time.
No, we do not.
Just a related question. How are those animals being transported right now, since the city doesn't have a animal care vehicle?
Chief, did you want to answer that?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, we actually do have vehicles we use for transport. However, those animals that are coming from Kingsburg, when they do, they come from Kingsburg. They transport them. We do not go pick
They
up.
drop them off at the shelter.
Correct, as they were before.
And then you say that, just to follow up on your statement, Chief, you have an animal control vehicle with crates, with actual crates, kennels that the animals are placed in, that's air conditioned and heated while they're in the back of the truck. Is that correct?
They're in the back of a truck with a camper shell.
Got it. So they don't have crates right now for an ACO vehicle would have specific animal crates and kennels for the animals that typically are heated and air conditioned. Or are they put in the back of a pickup?
They're in the back of a pickup truck with a camper shell.
Got it. Okay. Thank you for that clarification.
Yes.
I had one more question to City Manager. Now, are these city positions?
What's being proposed, yes, are city positions.
Okay. Now, let me ask you, were these positions posted on the website?
So Councilmember Guerra, What we're asking council to approve is the creation of these positions. Once council approves the creation of them, then we can begin the recruiting process, which at that point, they will be posted to the city website.
Thank you for all the good discussion and the input from everyone.
I just have real quick, when I read this, I absolutely was like, what? Because I also am thinking that's a lot of money for, for a position. But then I had to look at the bigger picture. This person or this position is held accountable for making sure of the, administrative and the operations and the grants, going after the grants and getting those contracts and getting, all of the things that have to be done to run a successful shelter. Like they have to look at the whole bigger picture. And just this whole process, I've learned not a lot, but, I've done my research, I've talked to people and I've done my due diligence as far as, finding out more about, the services and what it entails and things like that. One of the things that, again, I was like, wow, that's a lot of money. But again, it's a director position, which entails that you have to be more accountable and you have to be dedicated to those financial, making sure that those financial records are in place, making sure that you have those, the ability to go to those grants, be able to monitor those contracts, making sure that people are paying us, making sure that the ins and outs are being accounted for and things like that. So, and I also had the question is, wait a minute, we're comparing these to the Bay Area. And I get it because there's not very many except for, I know I talked to one of my officers in Madera and I asked these questions about like, well, what does Madera do with their animals? How do they handle that? And he said, no, Madera, the police department is in charge of taking the dogs and taking them to the county because that's what is done. Because, state ordinance, or state laws, that's what it says. So it doesn't take away from what the staff is or the officers are already doing. And it's something that, what I'm hearing is Chief was saying that that's what they were doing before. Kingsborough was bringing the dogs here. Maybe Fowler was bringing the dogs. I mean, I don't know that I'm just, hearing what staff is saying. So yes, I did, have to think back and really look at the bigger picture of what does this entail? And again, it's holding people accountable. When you're getting paid, that type of money, then yeah, it's you're held to higher standards. And in reference to, the money that we were already paying out, I said, okay, that makes sense. Like it's already pretty much budgeted for what we're doing. And again, I don't think the issue was how much money we were paying out. I think the issue was not getting the proper reporting, because we do. I think Mayor mentioned that, roughly about $250 a dog or an animal, I should say, is what it costs, to operate. And so then when you do that math, it's like, yeah, you're looking at probably a good $400,000 to run a shelter, which is all we were needing to know is, okay, show us how, tell us how you're coming up with these fees or how you're coming up with this money. So it's looking at all
I don't
of
mean to
the,
interrupt, but aren't we talking about salary descriptions here?
Yes,
And that would
and
have to be
that's what
better
I'm
suited
doing,
for the
yes.
next topic. I don't mean to
Um,
interrupt though.
But, so again, I'm in support of this because again, I'm looking at the bigger picture. And what we could potentially do for, not just Selma, but again, like the surrounding, cities.
Okay, thank you. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution approving these job descriptions?
I'll make a motion
Is
to
it-
approve.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Call the roll, please.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho,
Yes.
Councilmember Guerra,
No.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Yes.
Mayor Robertson.
No. Next item, consideration of an amended fiscal year 2023-2024 budget at mid-year, allowing for the addition of revenues and expenditures of the various city departments.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. As typical around this year, or around this time, every fiscal year, staff has reviewed our adopted budget, has looked at our expenditures and revenues up through December 31st. We've considered some of the unforeseen expenditures, some of the unforeseen savings, and also some of the revenue that we did not account for when we adopted the budget back in June of 2023. And so what we have here in the staff report, but mostly in the PowerPoint presentation, which if the city clerk can pull up the PowerPoint presentation, be greatly appreciated. We have a breakdown, a very general breakdown in the staff report that shows the fiscal impact to each fund, which we'll get into the details. But as an overview, we have in Fund 100, which is the general fund, a increase in the budget of $9,334.77. So the minus sign means that we're increasing our expenditures in that account or in that fund. We have an increase in the expenditures of the streets fund 210 of $16,714.62. Measure S, $276,000. Ambulance fund, roughly $98,000. Pioneer Village, roughly $13,000. Transit service, roughly $5,000. The garbage fund, about $47,000. Cultural arts, about $300,000. And then there is no net effect proposed to the data processing fund. So on the screen, you'll see, if you can go to the next slide, please, City Clerk, that we have, if you, 2 more slides forward, please, right there. So what you see is a presentation of our adopted budget in the first column, our revenues through December 31st, 2023, which is mid-year, and then what percentage of the budget that amount represents. And so we are at the bottom, that bottom number revenues, 36% of our expected revenues to date. And that's normal for this time of year because our property taxes and sales taxes usually lag. And so we normally see most of the funding come in around April of the fiscal year. And so if you go to the next slide, City Clerk, what we show here is the expenditures, which that is right in line, if not less, than what we expected to expend around this time. So we're at 48%, which normally you would be looking at 50% of expenditures to date. So we're doing pretty good at managing our expenses relative to the adopted budget. If you go to the next slide, please. And so every department head is going to go over kind of the proposed expenditures and what the justification is. So first on the list, we have the fire department, Chief Webster.
Good evening again. Out of my department for this year, I have impacts to 2 different funds. The first fund is out of the general fund, fire operations 2525. I have 2 items there. The first item is tablet command MDT for DC command vehicle. What that is incident command software that is utilized by Fresno County Fire and the op area. And basically it's an incident management tool that is utilized for accountability and just incident management. And so their $3,000 is that includes software for our vehicle as well as the hardware to implement that. Item number 2 is mattresses and station bedding, and that is actually split between the general fund and the ambulance fund, as you can see below there. It's $6,500 in total, split evenly, and that's for a total of 14 beds being placed in all 3 of our stations. And the breakdown of that is 5 beds at our station 1, 5 beds at our station 2, which houses 1 engine company and 1 ambulance company, as well as a space for a intern or trainee. And then station 3, our EMS facility, there are 4 beds being placed there. Next is our ambulance fund, which is our EMS division, Division 2600. And again, the breakdown of mattresses and station bedding. Item number 2 are EMS jackets. This item was actually an item that was funded in the 22-23 budget. It was ordered back in 2022 and it actually arrived here due to delays in all of the stuff that happened in the 1920 or the 2020s. Anyway, it showed up on August 28th and we just
Great.
received the bill for it now. So here it is. And then item 3 is the new position for the EMS supervisor. And then item 4 is the fiscal impact for the EMS division reorg. Any questions? Questions?
Okay, so in the police department, what we were looking at for the mid-year budget was an additional police officer. This fiscal year, we have assigned 2 SROs to the schools, which the school is paying 50% per officer. What we're looking at is an additional officer to take our fully sworn staff up to 40 officers to replace the officer that we are now have positioned over at the schools. So thus the necessity for that additional officer and the reduced cost of $21,718 to our Department 2200 Fund 295, which we measure S. Additionally, we're looking at item number 2, mobile data transmission units. Those are MDTs. Those are hardware, basically laptops that our officers and personnel are using inside their patrol vehicles. The last round of units we purchased were in about 2014, 2013 that we can best tell. That being said, those pieces of equipment are old. They are not too accepting of current software, and there's a lag time in our transmission of information while our personnel are doing work out in the streets. So we're looking to update those units to get a better transmission out in the field for our personnel, which will lend to their officer safety. Can we go to the next slide, please? Additionally, we are looking to create new positions for what would be our Department 2400, which is Animal Services Division. This Department 2400 is a new division within the police department. In doing some of the research we have over the last few months with regards to animal services, many cities that do provide animal services do not identify those services within one division. So it makes it very difficult to calculate costs for such a program. That said, we have defined Department 2400, which will be our Animal Services Division. In that, we obviously looking at our Special Projects Manager, a new position for a Animal Services Director. Basically, we would be turning that Special Project Manager into a Animal Services Director. Additionally, we have a new Animal Services Manager that's out in the field that is doing field operations and overseeing those field operations of personnel, and as well as a new Animal Services Officer position. That's again a little. I equate it to like a police officer, if you will, and the service manager to a sergeant. Although they can all do the same job, obviously the manager has a few more responsibilities to their plate. And 2 new animal services technicians. Those are somewhat kind of like our community service officers, if you will, to give you an idea of rank and structure. Animal service technicians are the personnel we use to clean, feed, and care for our animals, while our service officers and manager are out in the field taking care of field calls. Additionally, we're looking at funding operational costs for this program, which is food, veterinary care, supplies, things of that nature, as well as purchase an ACO truck for $25,000. What we've done is we've transferred some of our police officer salaries out of Measure S, and we'll be using general fund monies to fund 2,400, which is our animal services division. I'd just like to add quickly that over the last few months, listening to our community members and their concerns, what we want to do is provide the best quality of service for our community as we move our city forward with regards to animal services. It's not an easy job. There are no miracle answers to these issues and this program. But what we believe is we've hired the best people to move our community forward into the future as we start to build Selma. So thank you all.
We have the Administrative Services Department. For Department 9600, the revenues, we have 110,562. As far as expenditures, we are asking or needing the adjustment because NeoGov, which is the recruitment, HR, and payroll module, it was actually approved in fiscal year 22-23. But in creating the budget, so I have to say, when I created the budget for this year, I wasn't aware of that expenditure. So when the invoice came in, I had to do a little bit of research and found that it was approved in 22-23, but it was intended to be a 3-year expenditure. So that amount was actually not within this fiscal year. And we will make sure it's in next fiscal year. And so net change to our department, that's actually a zero because we have the revenue coming in order for that expenditure. For Department 1400, which is Human Resources, we do have an increase in the expenditures. The classification and compensation study, that one was approved in December of 2023. When creating the budget, I did my best guesstimate as far as what I thought it would be for the class and comp. And unfortunately, I under-guessed by 35,000. And additionally, it was approved to have a workers' compensation software, and I under-guessed in that one as well by $595. So there is an increase to Department 1400, which is the general fund, of 35,670. As far as the workers' compensation software, the City of Selma has not had one ever, and it was all of our workers' comp was done. It was compiled within an Excel file that was not kept very well. So it is one to where our workers' compensation software can be utilized for quite some time.
I have a real quick question, sorry, about the comp study, the cost and comp study. So, what was it? We budgeted for 35. And so it costs an additional 35?
No, if I
Sorry.
may, Administrative Services Director, so when the council approved the contract with the consultant, the proposal that came in, was $35,000 over what our budgeted amount was originally. Council approved it with the overage of $35,000, and we proposed that change to the budget be made with this mid-year budget revision. So we're not changing the amount.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. For my department, the first request that we are making is for Civic Rec software equipment. The way that we currently do business is it's not as customer friendly as it could be. Civic Rec is a software system that will allow our residents to sign up online for events, do park rentals online. It will help us market our events. It will help with league management. All things that will hopefully help encourage our community to participate in our events, but also help us spread the word of the things that we have going on. The initial setup of the equipment or of the software is that $10,000, and it does include a 1-year agreement. Past that, every 2 years, the cost of the software is just a little over $5,000. So once we get over that initial investment, the cost does drop dramatically for the maintenance of that software system. Again, I can't stress how exciting it is to know that our residents will have the access to the information, whether they're on their cell phones or on their computers. They won't need to come in, come to the office. They can do it at midnight. They can do it at 6 a.m. They can access that system anywhere. The second request that we have, as you guys are aware, is for a portable sound system. This is just something that we don't have. The system that we have is incredibly old and it does not work. I would like to point out that we do pay anywhere from $500 to $1,500 for our large events for DJ services of the sort because we need this equipment for our larger events. So this is something, while it would be an investment, it would save us in the long run just on rental fees, et cetera. Second, we have additional fundraiser events for Pioneer Village. So one of the things that we're doing within the Pioneer Village is more Friday night concert type events. So we're looking at things like Battle of the Bands, et cetera, et cetera. So the request there is to just allow us to continue to focus on those fundraising efforts, as well as a monthly landscape. So when I prepared the budget, I based because I was new, I based my calculations off of last year's budget. Unfortunately, at that time, because of the year that it was, or the timing of the year, I did not take into account that it was $30,000 a year for the maintenance for that facility. At that point, it had only been $15,000 that was allocated. So accounting had gone back and helped us with that. Our finance department had helped us with that. And then finally, for 4,200, we are looking for an additional $5,000 in senior trips. Our senior trips, the great news are they're going so well that we need more money for that. So the great thing about that is that it is a zero change to the net of our finances because that cost is per person as they attend. So there is no impact to the general fund within that expenditure request. I'm available for any questions.
Deputy City Manager?
The budget request for Department 1500 Economic Development would be an increase to cover the entirety of the downtown strategic plan. But grant revenue actually covers the under budgeting of that expenditure for the additional $70,000. So there's actually a net gain in revenue to offset the increase in expenditures. For Department 3100 for planning, we have an increase, or we have a decrease in salaries for vacant positions, but we reallocate 56,000 to the building department, which you'll see on the next slide. In addition, there are two. There's the fire protection district transition fees, which are fees that development projects pay when they annex to the city to the fire protection district. When properties annex, which has, I don't believe, ever been a budgeted item in the department. And going forward in the future, this item will be a requirement of the development proponent to pay. This should not be a fee that is paid by the city. Unfortunately, these fees were allocated to the city as part of those project approvals, for which we have, I think, about 8 more installments to pay of about $25,000. In addition, there was a slight increase to dues for LAFCO. That is a required allocation that is paid based off a formula split between all the cities and the county to pay for LAFCO. It might even be the special districts as well. But it was underestimated. I think we estimated about $5,000. Our allocation was about $7,200. Next slide, please.
Deputy City Manager, apologies for the interruption. So going back to that fire fee, City Clerk, if you can, Fresno Fire Protection District transition fee, I just want to make it clear that those fees that were not charged were for previous annexations into the city. Is that correct?
Correct. It's approximately 4 projects that were annexed to the city that were paid in 10 installments. The sum of all those fees is about 25,000 currently. It will obviously decrease over time as some of those projects drop off. But as I stated, going forward, and I think with the Selma Grove project, we had a specific condition that they are required to pay any and all fees associated with their annexation, including the fire transition, LAFCO application fees, and any other recording fees that are due. For Department 3200 building inspection, we have the allocation from planning to account for salary adjustments, the hiring of a building inspector, as well as a building and planning technician, and additional operating expenses due to Wildan and plan check services, as well as additional training for our new hires. Wildan services, I think, was expended due to staffing shortages. So with that, the departmental increase is about $1,300 overall. And I'm available for any questions.
Public Works Director.
Mr. Mayor, council members, our change in budget for mid-year, we have the, from the 5,300 fund, or Department 5,300 Fund 100 Public Work, the revenues is at 30,000. Expenditures, with the Public Works inspector, the resolution to, bring that position on, that was a $10,608 increase. The decrease to the Department 5,300 general funds total was 19,392. 5,400 Department Fund 210 Public Works Streets expenditures. The Public Works inspector again is on there for 10,608. And the increase to the department total fund is 10,608. I'll take any questions.
What department did the 30,000 come from for revenue? So it went from one pocket to another. Got it.
Yes. Thank you for that, Amy. I appreciate your help.
Teamwork.
Absolutely. Any questions? Pretty minor for me for right now, so.
This item was with regard to the expenditures for the rebill that the county of Fresno issued for the property tax assessment charge. And that's coming out of the garbage services fund rather than the general fund. So as you can see, we have a pretty good timeline going forward in terms of adopting the new fiscal year budget. And we're in the process. I think we've scheduled budget workshops for March already. And we're having those discussions internally for the draft budget. We do anticipate having a final draft budget ready to present to the council for adoption in late May. At the latest, the first meeting of June. I think that's the last slide. I would like to thank our finance staff who are sitting in the back there, our finance manager, Jacob Del Cid, as well as our accountant, Andrea Gonzalez. They have worked very diligently, not just to put this presentation together and to garner all the information from the departments, but also with the budget. I think you'll be very pleased with the new format of the new fiscal year budget, which is extremely efficient, especially compared to what we were doing before. So thank you to the finance staff, and we'll be happy to answer any additional questions at this time.
That will bring the matter back to council. Does council have any questions before we open it up to the public for public comment? Does anybody have anything they'd like to add at this point? The mid-year budget allocation? Anybody on the line or on the phone would like to say anything at this time, City Clerk?
As a reminder to those callers online, please use your raise your hand feature and we will add you to the meeting queue. Mayor Robertson, I see no hands raised.
Great, thank you. With that, we'll bring the matter back to the council. Do council members have anything they would like to add at this time? I would. I haven't added, I haven't put my input in on the Animal Services Division. I saved my comments from the last agenda item, which we're just approving 2 additional class codes, but classifications. But I totaled these items up, the annual salaries for animal services. And I mean, just the salaries alone, you're looking at about 326,000 in salaries. And then that, I believe, is just wages. There's no guidance on that. But if you multiply that by about 50% additional for benefits, pension, all those additionals that you do for public works employees or public employees, municipality employees, you're looking at almost $500,000
Mayor,
in wages.
those are fully burdened rates that you see. So those include the pension and benefits as well as the salaries.
Oh, okay. Can I continue?
Yeah, just want to provide
Okay,
that clarification. Thank you.
Appreciate that, City Manager. So as I was saying, the 326,484 is the additional salary. If they didn't include the burden, it'd be $500,000 in salary. But as the city manager just told me, they do include fully burdened payroll for pensions, for workers' comp. And these are all on the city. All these costs are on the city. The 25,000 for the ACO truck, we're looking at this as, I mean, is that like a quarter of a truck? Because in my experience in the animal control world, the chassis is the cheap part. It's the crate part that have to be air conditioned and heated, which the city does not currently have. That's the expensive part. Okay. So, I think that's pretty much understated. And the reason I bring all this up at this point, I know it's very late, and the funding for the operational costs, food, veterinary care, supplies, et cetera, which are, I mean, 8,000 a month. That's, I don't know how indicative that is either in terms of what the annual costs are, because some months that can be much higher. Some months that can be much higher. So, hold on just a second. Okay. That can be much higher. So the reason I bring this up is the argument given for the nonprofit Second Chance Animal Shelter being non-renewed was an economic one. And it was costing too much. The $30,000 a month was too much. That was a temporary situation from what I understood because of the surplus of dogs, which the shelter ended up, the nonprofit Second Chance Animal Shelter ended up remedying before it was asked or forced to vacate the premises owned by Cal Water. But we're looking at, I mean, from a dollars and cents standpoint, I'm just looking at it from just an accounting standpoint at this point. It's a lot more. It's going to be a lot more in cost for the city. But what we're not talking about is the people in the police, now their resources go towards this. Now Measure S goes towards this. As Councilmember Guerra so rightly said, we need more funding for more officers. I mean, I fully approve more officers, more firefighters. That is what we need. Public safety is number one. We are, I believe, missing the point by taking over the animal control and animal care. You know, these are people that have been hired and these are huge salaries and they're not volunteers from here. The bigger picture for me, in my opinion, is keeping it local, creating jobs in the community, not creating government jobs, but creating jobs in the community, creating positions and opportunities for students to learn and entry-level jobs for people to come in and to learn. And that's what our animal shelter was doing before. And that doesn't get talked about. And that was a value. Another value was to keep the focus of law enforcement on law enforcement, not on going out and picking up animals. So that's my opinion on this. I think the budget is, I'm looking at this, it seems like a lot of items were moved around, they were put in different funds. I appreciate all the work of the accounting staff. But we had a budget restatement for a reason. We have a lot of mid-year budget changes. We have a lot of changes. And I just see this, animal shelter. I've not heard yet that the animal shelter has declared itself no kill. And I haven't heard that they're going to take in cats. With all these resources going towards this animal shelter, we can at least declare ourselves no kill, and we can at least take in cats again. Do we have any other comments at this time?
I have a question or maybe clarification for the trucks. I know that with municipalities, public agencies, there's actually like a state procurement that you can get vehicles for a lot cheaper. So I mean, as a municipality, you're able to purchase through like state agencies, like for instance, the government thank you, general services contracts. Because I know for some reason I've been getting some emails through my city account about those trucks. And I don't know if it's because I'm actually looking for vehicles myself, but I mean, for the city, for the housing authority. But I just learned of that, like there's different government accounts, you have your copiers, you have your cell phones, you have telephone services, all of these different government accounts, CalCards, you have all these government discounts and things like that. So that's something that's an advantage for a municipality versus someone that's a nonprofit. So I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
And to add to that, we also get favorable pricing through co-op purchasing agreements like Sourcewell, which already have discounted prices included as well. So we're pretty confident that the costs reflected here are the actual costs.
Okay. Any other input before there's a motion?
Just to clarify for the public, the animal shelter does take cats, and I think we even had a turtle at one point recently. So yeah, we take all kinds of animals. Thank you.
Does the public have any comments at this time?
Ten 57 Mill Street, Rose Robertson. Just quickly, I'm not going to have to read all that because I appreciate that it was up and we were able to see that as well. But I will just say, is it fair to say we haven't had a finance director in over a year? Do we have a finance director? This was very confusing to me, but again, do we have a finance director for the city of Selma?
City manager, is there a current finance director for the city of Selma?
No, there currently is not.
There isn't, okay. And is it fair to say we haven't had one in over a year or a year?
No, it's been less than a year.
Less than a year. Okay, thank you.
Okay, that will bring the matter back. Do we have anybody online or on the phone?
Hi, caller ending in 299. Your line is open.
Yes, hi. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, going back to the finance director, why haven't we had one and what's the status on that? First of all, I don't know, I mean, I would like an answer for that. And also, it hasn't been clarified if it's going to be a no-kill shelter. Can that also be clarified?
Is there any clarification on that from the city, or would we require a agenda item to address that?
I would
If
say,
not, I'd like to put that on the agenda for the next meeting if it cannot be clarified.
I believe the police chief was addressing it.
I would say due to the
I'm
lack
sorry.
of data and information we've not gotten from Second Chance, it'd be difficult to make those kind of determinations right now. So as we move forward and keep statistics and data on a monthly basis, we can better give some ideas as regards to operational and standards and expectations.
And I would
Are
say
we
that,
talking about the no-kill shelter? I'm sorry?
yes,
Was
was
that
the-
regarding the, okay. Okay, and then I'm sorry about the finance director?
sure. Yeah, the recruitment is ongoing for the finance director position.
Okay, so there's no, it's just ongoing. There's no current, change in that. Do we know
No,
how much
it
longer
really
that's
just-
going to?
Yeah, the recruitments for high-level positions like that usually depend on the quality of the candidates that come through.
Okay. So can we get a status on the next meeting on the status of the finance director, if possible?
We're coming to the.
That would
request
have to
for
be a
future
council decision, sure.
That's
Okay.
that's our next topic.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments?
I see no other hands raised.
Okay, that will bring the matter back to the council. Is there a motion to consider the resolution amending the fiscal year 2023-2024 budget at mid-year, allowing for the additional revenues and expenditures pertaining to the various city departments?
Make a motion to approve?
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Call a roll, please.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho,
Yes.
Councilmember Guerra,
No.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Yes.
Mayor Robertson.
No. Our next item is future agenda items. This is the council request for future agenda items, not subject to public comment. Items require a consensus. Does anyone have any future agenda items that they would like to propose at this time?
Yes, I'd like to put on the next agenda, I'd like an update on our new fire station. And then also the street signs, where we started that project. I haven't got an update in regards to where we are with that because people are still complaining they don't have signs on their streets. And then also the homeless issue. We didn't get that put on the agenda. So can we get that put back on the, put on the agenda?
I think the discussion at the last council meeting, Councilmember Guerra, was that the homeless matter was more appropriate for a study session and not necessarily for this particular agenda today. So we're working through the city clerk's city clerk's office to schedule a upcoming study session because it also, as we discussed last time, is going to require coordination with all the different agencies that are
Okay.
involved. Mhm.
So like a workshop?
Yeah, and yeah, essentially. And the other thing with regard to fire station and street signs, those are departmental items. Is it okay if we provide updates via departmental reports?
Yep.
Thank you.
Any other requests for future agenda items?
So I'll go ahead and double back up on the, as one resident stated that we haven't got an assessment on the second chance animal shelter. I'd like, if it's not the next agenda, if I could get the city staff to give us a presentation or acknowledge to us what date and time we'll be having a fair assessment audit in regards to the animal shelter. I know that we had directed staff to start the process and hopefully we can get back and get a time, you know, that works. And then I have another one. So that's one. You can either put that on an agenda item or just a staff report. The next one is gonna be, I don't know where to go with this, but I think, you know, I'll ask the chief of police if I can. If I can get a report, I know that the health board purchased either one or two of the vehicles for the Second Chance Animal Shelter, and that was done through public funds. And now I want to report as to what's the amount they're wanting to sell the truck to you, because that's actually a public fund transfer. Because of it being a public funds transfer given gift, I'd like the city council to be given the amount that they were asking report, because that's actually selling public funds, public records, or public, and they're not putting it out for, they're a nonprofit, and they're getting it, they got it, received it from the nonprofit, the health board. And if they were selling it to you, was it put up for surplus through the nonprofit, or was it just direct letter to you telling you they were selling the truck?
We can provide clarification as far as what we know about the matter.
Okay,
Mhm.
that's that. And you can put it through a department head description or an agenda item. The next item, I don't know if I should be putting on the agenda item for the next budget, is I'd like to see about recommending a addition funds to some organizations in order a sponsorship to the City of Selma on our budget, so I can add that. And you can bring it back to me and we can start with that process.
Is there a consensus on those items?
No.
I have a question about the sponsorship.
So generally speaking, I'll explain it. So we've been going back and forth in regards to, I feel that maybe the City of Selma would pick the four agencies, which would be the 4th of July, the Rotary Parade, and the Carnival, and the Selma Cares. And what we would do is the City of Selma, a lot of organizations last year have been coming to us and saying, hey, you're just giving us a fee waiver. What are you doing? How are you dressing up this, you know? How are you dressing up these events? And the approach that residents and members of the community have been coming asking me, saying, well, you know, the city's just, what's the sweat and tears that they got into this project, right? So just because of the fact that we're actually just giving, we're doing away with some fees, I felt that maybe the council should look at sponsoring all four of those major events. By sponsoring them, we sponsor them at $5,000 a year for those events, and they could dress up their event, meaning by big banners and things like that. So it's an addition, but it's a sponsorship from our city. That's what I mean.
Is there consensus? Three people? I don't.
No.
Yeah, I disagree with everything. Given, especially we're going after nonprofit, and yet we're gonna give
I think
5,000
the
more to
fact,
other
I think the
events.
fact of the
It's
matter is
ironic.
just telling us that you're not agreeing is appropriate.
That's what I just did. Thank you, council member. Okay, do we have any other future agenda items? I do. One is I would like to allow for public input on future agenda items as a part of the meeting. So as you see, it says not subject to public comment. This council majority has already taken away your right to speak at the end of the meeting and to weigh in on what you've heard tonight. That's gone. And now on future agenda items, they don't even let you, the public, our boss, people we report to, we don't even let you have any input on future agenda items, which should be affecting you. So I don't agree with that. And I would like to put that on a future agenda to allow for public input for future agenda items so that the people can weigh in on what we talk about up here, which is your business. Do we have a consensus on that? I'm good with it.
I'd like some, I thought our handbook requires that we would put it up, or where are we at on that part?
Yeah, the future agenda items is addressed in the handbook, so it would need to be an amendment to the handbook.
In regards to the oral comment at the end of was also in our handbook, so wouldn't it require?
Yeah, it would require an amendment to the handbook as well.
And if I may, my understanding is that the public's process of adding agenda items is with direct communication with their respective council members, and then the council members brings the item forward. Is that a correct understanding?
Well, also, they can request agenda items during public comment portion of the meeting, and then council can decide whether they want to add those agenda items or not.
So they get 3 minutes, and you're gonna cut into their 3 minutes a month or twice a month for requesting future agenda items. I don't think that's fair to the public. You should give them as much time as possible. They're already limited to 3 minutes input, and now you're limiting them more. And just because a handbook, or something else says that you can't have public input doesn't make it right. We should amend any kind of limiting document that limits the public's right to have input into these meetings, because I know I do this for them. This is why I'm here. This is why I'm here for the public, to help our city, make our city a better place to live and to work. And I want to hear from the public. They shouldn't have to, come to us after hours. This is where we come to meet with the public. This is our meeting place. They should have the right to weigh in on this. So I would reiterate my request to put this on as an agenda item, to have public comment for future agenda items, and to change whatever handbook paragraph is necessary in order to empower and enable our citizens to have input. Is there a consensus on that,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho? Okay. Nope, it went down. Okay, my next request is for a report from the police department, a geographical distribution of crimes across Selma, current crimes, last 12 months. Where are they happening? And then I want us to consider, with all this additional money that the city apparently has, to add police substations in those critical high impact areas so we can increase public safety. I've had one citizen that has come to me repeatedly about his inability to get a response from public safety because there are issues where he has his business. So maybe the best thing to do is to have a police presence there. But I think it'd be an important agenda item to consider where the crimes are happening in our city and how we can remedy those crimes, how we can take care of it. That will improve our lives. Is there consensus to add this as an agenda item in the future?
Yes.
I vote yes.
I have a question. Wouldn't that just be a report that we can get from department report?
That could be. I think those are statistics, correct me if I'm wrong, Chief, that we have readily available.
Correct. We report to DOJ every month.
And then,
Go ahead.
sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, and then from there, then we can talk about what Mayor's talking about, like looking at substations, because I think we need to know the facts first. And that could be something that, that could be a department report, and then we can, go further.
Sure, and I think that would align with an upcoming discussion on capital improvement projects as far as public facilities go. When we talk about the fire station and other, community centers, Pioneer Village, those kinds of things. I think that's an appropriate discussion to have based on the data.
Just correct me if I'm wrong, but we've had this data all along of where the crimes are happening in Selma?
Yeah, the police department is required to keep record of where all the crimes occur.
Okay, well then I'll be asking for regular notifications of this for the safety of our citizens. I appreciate that information. But I'm going a little bit beyond just a capital improvement plan here. I'm asking for public safety. I think public safety is number one to our citizens. So I'm asking for the council to reflect my urgency in terms of let's look at these issues that are plaguing our citizens. You know, we talked about homelessness in the last one. Now we're talking about crime and where it's happening and responses. We should be talking about this stuff. We should put it on as an agenda item. This is what people are talking to me about. Your constituents. So,
Or an update report.
I mean,
And we used to get it before.
we're
Yeah.
just sort of going around this, or do we have a consensus for an agenda item to discuss where the crime, can we get a report where the crimes are happening? And then
There
can
might
we
be,
have
I think there might be restrictions as to what we can provide, right? Chief, if you can elaborate on that.
Correct. Depending on the crime classification, would be dependent on what information we can hand out. Additionally, when you talk about crime, you want to know where every crime is committed in the city?
not just the crime that affects us citizens, you know, the ones
So
that live here.
every crime in the city, you want to know where it occurred? I'll need clarification because
So there are different types of crime, are there not, Chief? There's violent crime,
absolutely.
and there's
Absolutely.
petty crime, and there's domestic battery, and there's lots of different kinds of crime. I'm not an expert in crime. You are, the PD is. And that's, you know, that's so important. I rely on your guidance on that. But we need to know where these crimes are taking place. I'm not asking for names, you know, any of that stuff, any personally identifiable information, or PIN as they call it.
I think the
I'm just
question is
asking
which,
for
which crime.
where it's happening.
So, Mr. Mayor, my clarification, just what crime specifically do you want to be advised of? Because when you say crime, that's very broad and ambiguous and very encompassing.
Great question. Let's have an agenda item. Let's talk about crime. I mean,
Okay.
right? I mean, when I say crime, I'm a lay person. I mean, no one else is looking at me quizzically, right? Violent crime, petty crime, thefts, stealing Amazon packages. There are lots of different types of crime. Maybe we could get some guidance on that.
Well, yeah, but first staff requires guidance on exactly when we're developing the staff report to present to the council, what specific information are you looking for? And I think that's what the chief's question is getting to. What specific crimes would you like to see data on? And then we can decide, we can look at whether we can provide that data, whether it's protected data, et cetera.
Protected data. So we're saying that there are crimes that we can't know that's going on in our
Yes,
city?
that's correct.
Oh, okay.
Domestic
Like
violence,
trafficking
sexual
or-
assaults would probably not.
We can't know where it's happening in our city?
That is absolutely correct.
Okay.
If they're minors.
No, there are records and protections for victims of crimes.
We can know a geographic distribution of what's happening in our city in terms of where the PD is gone. Is that correct? Calls per service? Can we locate calls per service?
No, not on all calls. So again,
I'm not
you-
asking for all calls.
Right,
Yeah,
so
I'm
which,
just
well,
asking
that
for
was my question, Mr. Mayor. Specifically, what crimes would you like us to account for? Because there are certain crimes that we cannot give that information. It's actually put us in a liability position, extremely liable position.
Okay. Then those we can't have information. You can tell us there are crimes we don't get information on, and we don't get information on those crimes. But the ones we can have information on as citizens would be helpful for us to know in order for more police presence to be in those areas where that crime is happening.
but Mayor, you alluded to things like petty crimes not being necessarily useful. I mean, I think we're still trying to get down to what specific type, if you mentioned not all crimes or petty crimes can be excluded, I think we just need more specificity. Well, and I would propose this. How about, if council wishes to add that to the agenda, they can make a motion, and then Mayor, I can work with you to kind of nail down that specificity a little bit more, before the next agenda goes out. Is that okay?
Yep.
Okay.
Absolutely. Great. Is there a consensus on that? Okay.
Yes.
Any other future agenda items? Okay. With that, we will move on to departmental reports. City manager?
Nothing to report at this time. Thank you.
City attorney?
Nothing to report.
Deputy city manager, is he still on the line?
I am still here, I promise. Just one item to report. The building department is required to implement a automated plan check for solar permits by, I believe it's the end of September of this year under SB 379. So we're looking at options to revise the OpenGov permit process and put out more information regarding the use of, I believe it's Solar App Plus is the free governmental automated plan check service that is provided to achieve expedited review of solar plans. And then they would get their permits through the city and inspection through the city. So just wanted to give everybody a heads up that that will be rolling out here in the next few months. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Administrative Services Director,
Nothing to report at this time.
Community Services Director.
Evening. I went ahead and handed out the flyers for all of our upcoming events for the next 2 months for your guys' information. If you guys have any questions on that, we will be more than happy to answer that. And I would like to take a quick moment. It's been a long night. A quick moment and do a shout out real quick to our Public Works Department. I continue to get compliments on the way that our parks are looking, the way that our basins are looking, Pioneer Village, the work that they've done to clean up that area. So huge shout out to that team. Those compliments are very nice to hear. And again, I get them pretty regularly. And then one last shout out, because I have to, shout out to City Hall staff. I took my lunch today in the afternoon, and during that time, somebody had come in, and while somebody was helping them, 4 additional City Hall staff came out and asked if that person needed any assistance. And I think that speaks volumes to the teamwork that is happening with our City Hall staff. So it does not go unrecognized. Kudos to all of you. So thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Fire Chief Webster?
Just a reminder that tomorrow is the memorial services for Chris Nelson, and that will be starting at noon at St. Joseph Catholic Church, and then graveside will be following that immediately at the Selma Cemetery, and then following that will be a reception at the Portuguese Hall.
Thank you. City Clerk, Public Information Officer?
Mayor, council members, members of the public, the Valley View Storm Drain Project, I'm excited to report that the project started this week as planned. Project detours will start next week, where the first detour will be Valley View will be closed from Sheridan to McCall. More information will be released before the end of this week. The Freeway Caltrans project, as we all know, due to continued weather conditions, the paving project has been extended an additional 2 nights this week. That information has been released on social media, and also included in that Caltrans commuter alert is a reminder about the last phase of the project, which is again the shortest phase by design, and that will close southbound 43 and Floral Avenue off-ramp. And lastly, we have the primary elections that will be, the voting center for Selma is at the Selma Neighborhood Resource Center, which is located at 1940 East Front Street, Suite 102. So as a reminder to everyone, the voting center will be open every day starting Saturday, February 24th through March 4th from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. And on Tuesday, March 5th, it will be open from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Thank you. Public Works Director?
Mr. Mayor, council members, a few things to go over. An update on the Salazar Center. That went out to bid in the papers, advertised last Wednesday for the first run. Today was the second run on that. We have a mandatory job walk for any interested bidders, which will be on the 27th, which is next week. The bid opening on that project is the 14th of March. So looking forward to getting that underway. Senior Center, first advertised run in the paper was today. Second run will be next week on the 27th. Bid opening for that project is the 21st of March. RFIs for Salazar and Senior Center will be answered as they come in from the contractors. The RFIs are requests for information if they're asking for more information regarding the process. Real quick, city clerk already highlighted on the 99 project, those 2 extended nights are actually tonight and tomorrow. The off ramps will be closed from 8 p.m. till 6 a.m. Again, that was due to rain delays, as the city clerk mentioned. And the last thing I have, which is really exciting, council members, I certainly hope that you have seen the brightness downtown on High Street. We did go through, Mr. Mayor, I know that you did actually see if some of my guys in the bucket truck working on the lights. We have changed out all of High Street with the new LED bulbs. I've received several comments and a couple emails from people that work city staff that are here local, live here, but also from a couple of citizens that said, wow, what a difference we can actually see down there. So we did meet the deadline that we had given you, Mr. Mayor, so that is done. We also received 4 more cases of those bulbs today. It's been a real hard commodity to get a hold of. I guess they're in high demand, but we did receive those 4 cases today. So we will be continuing around town, changing out all of the old bulbs for the new LED adjustable bulbs. So, and that's all I've got.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Okay, Police Chief Alcaraz.
Yes, so Thursday, March 7th from 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. we'll be conducting another Coffee with a Cop at the Selma Animal Services Center. I think it's a great time to come and have a conversation and see what animals are out there for possible adoption. So pretty excited about that. Additionally, the Selma Police Foundation is throwing a comedy fundraiser to raise money for the Carrasco family and get them back to Washington, D.C. so they can see their loved one inducted into the National Peace Officer Memorial in May of 2024. So we encourage our community members to come out and support the Carrasco family, and that'd be Friday, March 22nd. And there'll be a flyer on Facebook and other social media forums. And that is all.
Will the Animal Services Director be giving reports from now on? Does they have a director position?
We don't currently have an animal services director, Mayor, but at the point that we do end up hiring one, that's a possibility.
Thank you for that clarification. Okay, council reports, Councilmember Mendoza Navarro.
I have nothing to report. I just want to say thank you to staff for all the hard work you do and I really appreciate that. So thank you.
Councilmember Trujillo.
I want to thank the county department for the good, nice little report you guys gave us. I really appreciate working hard on that. But I really want to thank also the Public Works Director, the team. You know, I've noticed as I go out up and down, I see first all the guys out there, even though it's raining, I see them working hard. And I see them all working really hard, but the lights are really have done a big change. You could see it. It's just so bright. So, you know, congratulations to you guys. Big kudos because, you know, you guys are doing something with little, you know. And, you know, we had a lot of conversation about that. And you proved that we could do it. So that's what the staff and all our staff, you guys are all doing a tremendous job. I congratulate you guys. Keep on doing the good work you guys are doing. That's all. Thank you.
Councilmember Guerra.
I don't have anything to report. I just have a couple of complaints. Sorry to be the Debbie Downer, but I address them. had a customer or a citizen come in stating that he went to the PD to complain about the homeless encampment that's there. One is on, of course, the freeway when you enter, on the, going into the 99 North, and I told him, which he knows, it's Caltrans's issue. But he said he went to PD and they said they were gonna get back to him. He said it's been over 2-3 weeks and didn't hear back. He'd like to know if there's an update in regards to when Caltrans is gonna come to remove that homeless encampment there on the freeway. And then also there's another huge encampment on Boz, which is private property. And he wants to know whose responsibility is that? Is that the city's responsibility to remove that?
That would still fall within the Caltrans right of way, but we will certainly follow up about those two matters.
Okay. And that's it. Those were the two.
Pro Tem Cho?
Yes. Hi, I'd like to thank the staff for all the hard work. You guys always work for us, so thank you. I was busy doing some other things besides city. Last 2 weekends, I was out with my Chinese Lion team. We visited over 50 businesses, wishing them a happy new year. So that they're welcome. The other project I was involved with was is Chinese American Museum project. That's officially open, is at Kearney Mansion. We're there for 4 months. And so basically the artifacts is from the valley, like the Chinatown area of Fresno. They got it out of the old buildings and we stored it. And we went in and restored it back into, so we're showcasing it. And hopefully our future will be at one of the Fresno Historical Society's building and the Fresno Fairground. So this is about the Chinese in our valley for the last 150 years. So, anytime you want to go see it, check it out there. So there's a mixer tomorrow night at Legends at 5 o'clock. And also we'll have our annual crab feed this Friday. So I hope to see you there. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to follow up, I had asked for financials on the Chamber of Commerce. Is that coming out? Will that be emailed to council members?
Yeah, if that didn't go out today from my office, you'll have it first thing in the morning.
Thank you very much. Again, thank you, Public Works, putting those lights in. You also had those Christmas decorations down in 3 days. Last year, it was January 28th. This year, was like January 4th. So thank you for being spot on that. Thank you so much. My deal with those lights is they are better, they're brighter, but as someone told me, as a member of the public said, it just shows how ugly downtown is without those trees and without the lights, the cafe lights. We need those trees and we need those cafe lights, but it is safer. And I thank you very much for getting on that. Great job. And with that, we'll say goodnight. Thanks everybody for coming out. Really good meeting. Appreciate everyone's input. Good night.